introduction.
Yeah. Okay, I've
Say
started the
everyone.
stream. Do you see it?
I do see the stream.
All right. Is the audio working?
Probably.
Probably. That's really assuring.
Well, it's better than everything else thus far.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so all the right people, because it is Nug and Salifs versus Solemn Q and Ilyanid. They're all there. And for this, it's going to be Atris casting, and that's it.
Hello, I am Atris.
Polar,
are you going to make the bracket, or shall I? Because
you are going to make the bracket because you have
had
too many opinions on what I should do.
I gave very clear instructions.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyways, thank you all for showing up to this February tournament. I don't really know what else to say.
Yep. So this tournament is going to be pretty similar to the last one. Not a lot of change in the updates, except for they have added spotlights. So there is technically some new strategies with that, but I don't think it's going to have a huge impact.
It would seem that Team 1 hasn't actually named their ships correctly.
That's fun. That's fun.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so Selphis is ready, Nug is ready, Solemn Q is ready, Ilyanid, I'm ready, Polar Bear is ready, let's go! Stream's up, right? I didn't just do the dumb, did I?
Yes.
Okay,
is indeed up.
Let's go!
I'm now leaving. Goodbye. Good luck.
No!
He's leaving us. That's it. All right. Game is now beginning. So I will turn off the round image so they can actually see the match happen. Awesome. All right. Okay. I will start by introducing Salf and Nug's ships. So they're both using the same rail orbiter. Looks like it's going to be heavily focused on speed and firepower. Over here we have Ilyanad and Solemn Q. Ilyanad has a nuke barge of the looks. Not a lot of armor on the front and not a lot of speed. I guess it is huge thruster.
It's built diagonally, which is interesting, but it's perfect for a missile build.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and then Solemn Q has a missile, I guess it's a barge. Yeah.
Those are some big balls.
Yeah. They both have some pretty big, interesting shapes there.
Why?
I don't know. But he does have a very interesting, like, spinner core shield thing that will be interesting to see work.
Is there a purpose behind it? I guess it's to refresh the shields.
So as the shields spin and get knocked out, the new shields will come to the around and refresh. So it gives you more regen. Fair enough. But honestly, I don't think it's worth the effort versus just having the large shields.
Team 1 seems to be taking the initiative and taking the center of the field, while Team 2 is a little bit slower on the trot.
Oh. It looks like Team 2 is splitting up. I think they're trying to go for flanking or something, but that doesn't really work with orbiters as they're much faster than them. So
as they are nuke builds, actually, splitting them up might be the right move.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
Although it looks like Team 1, Nug, is going straight for Ilyanad.
Yeah. There's no chance that Solemn Q at this point is really going to catch up.
It is also not lost on me that Ilyanad's Achilles Sova Piata 3 is a that is also a very interesting shape. Oh, and the first rail fan has been fired by Nug Nug.
Yep, not
Ilianad is
a lot of
taking
damage.
a few hits on the nose, and he started his volley. However, Selphis is about to also fire his rails.
These rails are going to do some damage. Here we go.
Right into the side, and that has split Ilianad's ship almost entirely in half. He's lost his maneuvering section.
Here goes the nukes from Ilianad. I don't think Nug's going to dodge at this range, so he's going to have to just brunt force the nukes right there.
Yeah, no, Nug is just face tanking that. Game is out of sync. Uh-oh.
Make sure to pause the game.
See the culprit. I am trying to pause the game. Hang on.
It'll show back and you just pause it when it reconnects. Yeah, Ilianad seems to have some connection issues, so it's expected with a peer-to-peer game.
I can't seem to pause it. I'm trying.
I don't think did you not turn on cam control?
I did. No, I did. But now I don't seem to have any control whatsoever. Hang on.
Oh, wait. Huh. Not sure. But as we can see, Ilianad is pretty torn up now. He just has... Well, he does have the rear reactor still, but he has a few missiles left, and he's not in any position to fight back against 2 orbiter rails that are now lining up a second shot to his other reactor. Not enough penetration to get through.
Ilianad is still fighting, and it seems like Solemn Q is coming in, but is wasting their nukes on the asteroid for some reason. Their left side nukes are moving in. Or no, those are just missiles. Those are regular missiles. Excuse me. Alright, Nug Nug is still taking a pounding to their armor. Turning away for some reason to engage Solemn Q. Sorry?
Sorry.
Ah, gotcha.
Alright, so... Yep. South is finishing up Ilianad, and Solemn Q is coming in. Looks like a rail has been taken out. No, that is just a remnant nuke explosion. I am mistaken.
Solemn Q does not seem to be in a very good position right now.
Yeah.
While they have a lot of missiles in play, the railguns are going to penetrate right through the rear of Solemn Q and take out their main reactor. They have 1 reactor left of their main drivetrain. However, their spinners are still active for whatever that's worth. And Nug Nug just comes through and cuts their ship up even more. This does look to be the end for Team 2, as both of them do not have enough power to move their ships properly. Nug Nug looking to get that final reactor kill. However, Selphis comes in with the final kill. However, the match doesn't seem to be over, as Solemn Q has those spinners, which may either prolong the match, but I don't see Team 2 winning this anytime soon.
There's some nukes coming in from the corpse of Ilianad.
Mostly just intercepted by the debris there.
Yeah. I think this is a pretty cut and dry game. Solemn Q and Ilianad definitely need to work a little bit more on staying together like next round.
I'm hoping that they come up with some other designs, or at least produce a few more designs during this match, because I'm not sure these nuke and missile builds are going to penetrate all that armor. All right, just waiting for team 1 to finish off team 2 here.
No. I mean, they might as well forfeit, but if they really think they have a chance, they can keep playing. But I really don't think there's any chance of them getting through all that armor with the few nukes they have left that I don't believe are able to target. Because he does not have a control room on this ship, so there's no targeting available. Unless, of course, he targeted before he died, which I think they do save their targeting.
They do.
Yes, so...
Well, while we wait for this to play out, I'm gonna go grab some water.
What idea? I should probably
Also
finish
brought
the
some
rest of the
elevator
bracket. Yeah. There is the rail to finish off Solemn Q. The 95% destruction means that that control room doesn't need to be killed. All right. And with that, we are moving into round 2 of the February team PvP tournament.
All right, I am back. The results are very much like we thought. Are we doing a second round?
Yep, it's best 2 out of 3. So
all right.
Let's see if they switch up their ships for this next round.
It looks like team 1 is going with the same railfan design that we've seen before.
Sometimes the best strategy is to just work on one ship instead of optimizing several. So it would make sense that they are focusing all their efforts on that ship. And it is definitely a strong contender. Leonid seems to be switching up for a deck cannon ship, and the Solemn Q is going for the same nuke barge.
Yep.
All right.
Selphis, however, has stopped being ready. It looks like they might be trying to counterpick. Let's see what they do. It is rather interesting, the Iliad deck. Yeah, it does seem to be a deck cannon. But I don't actually see any deck cannons on it.
All right.
Then again, my eyesight's not all that good. His Selphis readied up?
No, I'd send him a ping real quick. Not sure what he's waiting for. Okay, there, he's ready now.
There we go. All right.
Now we're going into round 2.
All right, team 2 is bloodied but not unbowed. Or bloodied but unbowed, not whatever.
I suppose I should leave the image up until the round actually begins. Okay. Oh, and by the way, the next round appears to be Cosmic, Destroyer, and Cheese, or Cosmic and Destroyer versus Cheese and Mongoose. So,
for me or for the other person?
For the other person, Captain Redstone. So, I'm just letting the stream know so they can be prepared. Okay. So, yeah, Iliad has a new deck cannon ship over here. He has a lot of reactors for a deck cannon ship.
That is rather fascinating. I believe that's to run all of his engines, though.
Yeah, he does have quite a few engines there. So, over here, Solemn Q is the same nuke/missile barge, and on Team 1, South is still using same rail orbiter as well as Nug. So yeah, we're getting some decreased performance from Ilianad's internet connection, but
Yeah. If I had a soundboard, I'd be playing the dial-up sounds at this moment. However,
yes.
looking at Ilianad's deck gunship, it does seem to have a ridiculous amount of armor.
Yeah.
My goodness.
But definitely not enough armor in the back to stop a full rail volley, so he's still going to have to watch out.
Yes, he will. And he doesn't have any side-to-side thrust to turn quickly, so he's going to have to position very carefully. Probably if he put his butt to one of the asteroids, he'd actually be able to defend himself. However, he has no backwards thrust either.
Yeah, one of the best strategies against these all-forward thrust orbiters would be trying to get them stuck against an asteroid, because it will take them quite a while to get unstuck. But I don't think either of the other team has enough maneuverability.
Solemn Q's Piata might be able to maneuver out of that, because it does have a semblance of directional thrust.
Yeah.
All right. We're getting into the nitty-gritty now, as Team 1 is actually starting to encircle Team 2. Nugnug going down, Selphas going up, and the first volley from Ilianad is just about to hit Selphas, breaking like water upon the prow of that ship.
Looks like South is trying to go around for a snipe on the back of Solemn Q.
Selphas is maneuvering to keep their butt away from the enemy. However, as you said, Selphas is bringing the hurt right into Solemn Q's main reactors, crippling the ship once again. A mighty shame. However, Nugnug has actually done Solemn Q a favor and pushed them into position to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Ilianad will have to pick up the slack, as they're actually firing manually. All of their guns are being fired in specific directions.
Yeah, with deck cannons, that seems to be a very good strategy, especially because of how slow they are.
However, he has made a fatal miscalculation, as he has charged in instead of trying to face his rear towards
a bunch of rails in the rear from South here.
Yep, and right up the backside.
Ooh,
however,
just enough armor to save it. The
lateral momentum actually causing the rails to hit a different piece of armor every single time, which saved Ilianad from a very, very embarrassing moment right there. Ilianad's armor still holding out. A couple of missiles from Solemn Q's Piata does seem to be making it through. The nukes are actually showing up and being a threat. However, it seems that Self is planning on ending the Piata soon. Team 1 is now encircling Ilianad, trying to get that juicy back-end shot. However, if Ilianad can turn quick enough, he may be able to avoid disaster again. Nugnug going for that shot, even though it's just going to. Oh, he's aiming for the ammo storages. Ammo storages have touched off. Ilianad is now on a ticking time bomb.
They were aiming at the reactor. It's down to 1,000 health now. They timed their rails to perfectly hit the same spot. That is an interesting strategy.
Very, very effective, as it seems.
Yeah, there we'll get to.
Ilianad is now focusing on the what seems to be the more damaged of the two. However, Nugnug is again either aiming for the reactor or aiming for the ammo reserves, And more fires and more cadet guns are now missing off of Ilianad's ship.
If Soph
Is
had
now
kept that rail volley for just a few seconds, he would have been able to unleash it on the control room. But
the countdown does seem to have begun. However, some sneaky little missiles from Solemn Q's
there
Piata.
goes a reactor in.
Oh
Ilianad's.
no! Ilianad seems to have lost about a fourth of their ship and their maneuverability.
A single rail was able to get right through.
And it would seem that Team 1 is again cleaning up. However, Team 2 does seem to have a surprising amount of tonnage for one ship being disabled. And that's because one ship still has a control room.
The nukes are getting the rear of South.
Oh.
Ooh, but here comes Railgun to the CR. Not enough to get through that armor.
Salfis is maneuvering up, pressing his nose right up against the back, getting ready for a full barrage right to the bum. It's a very technical term, the bum. Alright,
I don't think ramming is really their greatest strategy here, since you usually want to be far away to accurately aim your rails.
Or at least get the rail fan effect to actually happen.
Yeah. Looks like fire is about to cut off the control room. In fact, it does not have crew. That is why it hasn't been able to maneuver this whole time.
And that's very interesting, because don't you need the control room to accurately fire the deck guns?
Yeah, he must have targeted them earlier, and they're just following what they were last targeted to.
Interestingly enough, Solemn Q is still hammering away with missiles, even though that's just plinking away at these two titans of rail fans.
Another reactor going off on
Solemn Q.
Solemn Q.
And it does seem like Team 2's Ilianad's deck gun is now non-functional. It still has deck guns, but I'm afraid I don't think it's going to be able to receive any commands, so it is out of the running. Team 1 has sniped that second core, and Team 1 will advance.
All right. So yeah, as I said earlier, next up, Cosmic and Destroyer versus Cheese and Mongoose, where Captain Redstone will be joining me for the commentation.
Cosmic and Destroyer?
Well, technically, Polar, you're actually joining me for the commentation.
True. That is true. Okay. Oh, I do not have the set up yet. Hold on.
Have you guys made the announcement to get them in?
Yep, they're already in.
Yeah, we're ready to go as soon as Polar is.
Okay.
Yep. All right.
Right, so on the left here, we have Zachary at the top there, also known as the Destroyer. Looks to have a laser sort of avoider wall, and his partner Cosmic has a pretty generic looking ion barge. On the right side, we have a lot of different ships from the Mongoose and Cheese. Looks like they're going to be using swarm tactics for the most part. They have a bunch of missile ships, some nuke ships. Looks like a flak cannon wall.
And they have a single rail kiter.
Yep.
Interesting strategies. Yeah, the ion barge will be particularly strong against swarms because it's able to capture them in its hooks and kite them off one by one.
Well, that's kind of a matter of piloting sometimes. Even though it's really effective against swarms because swarms don't have good defense, ion barges are also usually very weak on the sides and rear, and swarms are very good at attacking the sides and rear. Looks like the railkite is going to be the first ship to engage. Pretty much all by itself. Not sure it's going to be able to turn in time. And you can see how much damage the ions are already doing. And there goes the railgun, so that ship's pretty much incapacitated already.
Oh.
At the top of the screen there, you can see Zachary is starting to engage with some of those missile ships.
Yeah, the wall is going to be a little bit more vulnerable since it has no armor on the rear, but it is able to outspeed most of those ships.
Yeah, the advantage it has with less armor is it's a lot more maneuverable, so theoretically it should have an easier time preventing those swarm ships from getting fully behind it.
Especially
Missiles,
as he
though, are...
utilizes the asteroid, which is actually getting the swarm ship stuck because RTS is not good at avoiding asteroids.
Yeah. If you do have one weapon to pick against a wall like that, though, it is probably missiles, because they love to miss and arc around and hit the back. Right, going back to the bottom here, we can see a few more ships have engaged with the ion barge there. Railkite is running for its life.
There goes
So
two more of the nuke swarm ships.
Yeah, those nukes, Cosmic is going to need to be very careful to avoid all of those, because just two nukes could probably get through that side, and especially back armor, and do some serious damage.
But I'm
At the
not
top
quite
there,
sure why Cheese is putting them so close. I suppose they do have to be close to fire the nukes, but I would keep them a little bit further away to try to get that shot in the back.
it's probably a combination of nukes having short range and it being really impossible to micromanage that many ships effectively.
Yeah, and as you can see
This
here, Destroyer is able to avoid all of the nukes shot by Mongoose because of his speed.
Yeah. And he's gone and disabled that one large ship. At this point, it looks like most of Cheese's ships are disabled. The Mongoose has quite a few surviving ships, but right now a lot of them are... Oh well, no, they're doing some damage to the back of Destroyer there. It's hard to understate just how much of a difference losing even a few thrusters on an avoider wall like that can make. The more thrusters you lose, the harder of a time you have dodging stuff like missiles, and the more thrusters you lose because of that, and before you know it, you can't move.
So we're now down to about 5 ships. Nope, 4 ships.
Or,
Yeah. 5 ships for Team 2, 4 ships, for Team 2. One still has a control room, but no weapons, so...
yeah. For the most part, Team 1 seems pretty much undamaged.
Yeah, only some minor engine damage to the Destroyer, and only surface armor damage on Cosmic.
There goes another swarm ship. We're down to 3. 2 now.
Historically, swarms have never been that effective in multiplayer. I think you'd have some experience on swarms, right? You liked using them in the past?
I used a swarm in the past. The problem with swarms is really just moving them all.
Yeah.
If you set them up correctly, they can like survive a hit or two, but they're very, very cost ineffective. Their only major advantage is being able to flank very, very effectively, and that's not easy to pilot, especially when your opponent is so fast like this.
Yeah, and these asteroids add another level of difficulty to that piloting and micromanaging for swarms.
Yeah. So, looks like the only ships left on Team 2 are what's left of the Rail Kiter, which is under attack, and the tiny little swarm ship. Oh,
And there
never mind.
goes. Good game.
Good game.
It's 1 point for the Destroyer and Cosmic.
Right, so now we'll see if they want to change up their ships at all.
It looks like Destroyer and Cosmic are both switching up.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's switching up. The Mongoose has selected what I'm guessing is a deck cannon ship. It's either that or a missile orbiter. Little hard to tell. Could be both, actually. Could be a hybrid. It's worth noting that having a secondary little fighter with nukes can be very, very helpful. Nukes are very easy to dodge, but if you don't see them coming, they can do crazy, crazy damage for not costing much. I mean, 4 nukes is enough to completely destroy the internals of a lot of ships if a lot of competitive designs if they're not attacking from the front. Alright, Cheese has selected, looks like 2 of those rail kiters.
Interesting choice. don't. I don't think he planned to bring any larger ships to this battle.
Zachary appears to have selected a rail kite of some sort. And I think we're just waiting on Cosmic at this point. You know, even aside from piloting, preparing for tournaments is very, very important. You want to have good. Oh, well, we're ready to start.
All right.
Right. So, starting on the left, that is indeed a rail kite with a stupid amount of point defense. That is an unnecessary amount of point defense.
76 point defense. Wow.
And it looks like it's battery powered. That's an interesting choice.
Yeah. Very temporary defense. And
Yeah, considering how power hungry point defense is, that's probably not going to last very long.
no. Maybe it's to counteract like nuke ships that send huge volleys at once and then reload for long times. So Cosmic is also running a cannon wall, large shield cannon wall, and over here Mongoose has a medium-sized deck cannon / missile orbiter, along with lots of point defense on the front. Cheese and Dark again has that 2 of those rail kiters and some smaller nuke ships. Oh, that's actually an ion ship over here. So yeah. Looks like Destroyer is going well ahead of his teammate. Destroyer's rotating because he doesn't have hardly any forward thrust, so getting ready to fire is more important than moving towards the enemy.
Because of that, it looks like the first engagement here is going to be Cosmic firing at that rail kite. First volley misses, but he's closing.
Yeah, I don't think Cheese in the Dark has his rail set to fire at target, and it just whiffed off the side of Cosmic's ship.
That's unfortunate. Cannons do tend to have a lot of trouble getting through armor, though.
Oh, there goes the reactor.
Yeah, the sheer width of Cosmic's ship there allowed it to kind of fire through a hole in the side armor.
Nope. Over
Right,
here, Destroyer is
almost in range.
almost in range, but they seem to be not wanting to go any closer.
You can see all the point
Oh,
defense.
there's the first rail shot. It's able to stop by the point defense there.
And unlike the Destroyer ship there, all of that point defense is powered by actual reactors, not just capacitors, so it will outlast. All things considered, Destroyer's in a pretty nasty position here.
Yeah.
He really can't attack the Mongoose's main ship head on.
He is able to go much faster than it, though. So as long as his teammate can catch up, I don't think he'll have much issue.
Well, that is a big if. The ring here isn't very large, and it's only going to shrink as time goes on.
Yeah, Cosmic seems to have some trouble with the asteroids in his way. There goes another shot. The other rail fin is down from Cheese, leaving just 2 ships for Team 2. The tiny ion ship and the Mongoose's deck cannon.
Yeah. And Mongoose is getting flanked at this point. He's going to have to decide whether he wants to...
Oh,
fight
and there goes last
Crawler.
of Cheese's ship.
Yep.
Missiles are away. I don't think they're going to be able to get through all of that shielding, though.
Well, missiles do a lot of damage to shields. If... You should be okay as long as they don't all hit in the same spot. But
Yeah.
alright, Cosmic has gotten to the rear of Mongoose. That's the worst place he really wants to
and
be.
there goes a rail shot. Yeah, there goes most of the missiles off the back of Mongoose.
Looks like the Destroyer might be waiting to line up a good shot here. That could hurt. Ooh, that
Ooh.
hurt a lot.
Yep, there goes the entire internals of Mongoose. Oh, what is left? Oh, there is apparently a ship, a nuke ship that Mongoose forgot out in the Ring of Death.
Yeah, it looks like that
has-
little piece of rail fan is also still technically alive. Yeah,
Yep,
there
it
it
was
goes.
the nuke ship.
Alright,
There we go.
good game. Team 1 will advance. And
Hmm.
Team 2 we will see, I think, tomorrow in the losers bracket.
Yes, we will tomorrow. We will be hosting another tournament for the losers bracket. All right, next up we have Eno Shade and Robo Bunny versus Cosmic and Destroyer, I believe. Or it would be the next one down.
The next one would be Ethan and Game Night, Newsmith and Immortum, since we're giving
Yeah, that would make more sense.
Yes. So on Team 1, we have some very familiar faces from last tournament. Seems that they are Indeed, they have improved their designs at least a little bit. Ethan and Game Night being the champions of combiner ships that we've seen in the last couple bouts. It seems that they might be going with their classic Beyblade design, where they have two rail fans, except one's a spinner and the other one's a pusher. However, it seems that they don't have enough money to field it. Uh-oh. I think they've
You put me on their team. You need to put me on observers.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, and everybody is ready. We are all ready to go. Noosmus and Immortal are also using the same ship.
All right, starting over here on team 1 on the left, we have Ethan with a rail spinner. And we have Game Night with a rail orbiter and an attachment to help move the rail spinner. Interesting team strategy there. Over on the right, we have Gunmas? I cannot pronounce that. An Immortal.
Noosmus.
Oh, the G is silent, of course. Okay. Noosmus, he has a rail orbiter, and so does Immortal. Looks like they're going for a similar strategy as previous teams.
All right. Game Night pushing Ethan to the center, hopefully. Meanwhile, Noosmus and Immortal seem to be dithering a little bit. Splitting up, actually. Team 2 seems to be going for a flank. However, Immortal's internet connection does seem to be chugging a bit.
Indeed. I'm having flashbacks to our last round.
Yeah. There's always one for some reason.
Yeah.
All right, it would seem that Team 1 is looking to take one of the field's large open areas surrounded by 4 asteroids, possibly moving directly into the center of centers, which I believe is probably going to be their strategy, as the Beyblade cannot move on its own. And once the Rage Quit -P detaches its little guide here, it'll lose the ability to push the Beyblade. So they'll most likely move to the exact center of the map. Meanwhile, Immortal and Noosmus are still just sort of encircling. Still waiting on the action to begin. I'm going to take a closer look at the Midnight Sun. It does seem to have pretty stacked defenses with 3 shield generators protecting two railguns each. As for ammo consumption, it does seem to be rather light on ammo repositories. The Beyblade and the Rage Quit have finally started breaking apart. The Rage Quit has actually jettisoned its guide. However, one of its guides seems to be stuck inside one of its railgun lanes, which could be a problem in the future.
No, not ideal. You might be able to spin it out, though. Oh, it is a clipping into him, actually.
Yes, that is a... Oh, and he actually has destroyed it in order to prevent... well, he's tried to destroy it anyways. It's a shame he can't fire a couple railguns at a time, because he's going to deplete his ammunition very quickly if he tries to, yeah, the lag is crazy.
Yeah, this brought the game to a crawl.
Yeah. Should I try slowing the game speed down again?
That's not really gonna help much.
Uh,
I mean, you can try, but I don't think we should really do that as the official tournament is half speed.
Gotcha. I don't know why Immortal is having such a difficult time connecting.
It's most likely due to a very high ping from being
Right.
in I don't know, really far away from everyone else in the match. So basically we have to send the data to him and wait for all of the game data to be sent back to us before we can continue the game. So it's causing quite
The
a
first
delay.
blood belongs to Ethan in the Beyblade as he fires one of his cannons into the hull of Immortal's Midnight Sun.
And there comes
And
more.
then a full spread blowing right through that segmented armor. He's got a few more hits like that to go before he actually affects anything, but Immortal is turning his armor to defend. Rage Quit has hit an asteroid, is actually presenting a very terrible angle for Midnight Sun, but manages to recover just not in time at all.
Right through
Not
the
in
reactor.
time at all. Chain reaction and Game Night is
another
out of
rail
the
shot
game.
is coming out of the back, and that is knocking out Immortal. Quite the turn of events. That was a very quick match between those two rail.
The Beyblade takes a hit on its armor and returns. Oh, it does not return fire. Strange. Both the Rage Quit and Immortal's Midnight Sun are out of it. Trading shots now.
He looks like he was trying to aim for the barrel of the railgun, which would be a good
It's
idea.
going to be a very, very tight match between these two.
Yeah.
Oh,
that
and
rail is going straight in.
An amazing snipe from Ethan. He takes out one of the Noosmus's Midnight Sun railguns.
Yeah, Noosmus doesn't have the ability to spin as easily as Ethan does, and that's causing him to get sniped into the barrel.
Ethan is just barreling down on Noosmus with the unyielding railguns of the Beyblade. Noosmus seems to be at a loss. Oh,
there goes another
and
shot.
with another almost direct hit to the Midnight Sun's control center, it does seem to be rather badly damaged. There's almost a direct line to the control hub. Beyblade does seem to be burning its shots though. And Noosmus has managed to land a hit on Ethan's Beyblade. One of his railguns is down.
Yeah, it's worth noting that since the new update, or well, not new update, but since the full release, crew can no longer walk on structure, so that corridors that have been shot out mean that those rails can no longer get power.
Noosmus has lost another railgun, just opening up that corridor for Ethan to fire more railgun shells right into the control center. Noosmus has lost another railgun. He's down to 3.
It's 3 railguns versus 6. This is not looking good for Noosmus.
Ethan lining up a shot that looks like it might just go through and decapitate another. Nope, it breaks apart amongst the segmented armors. The armor of the Beyblade is just taking it. Although at this rate, it could mean that the Beyblade might run out of ammunition. Nope, never mind. Beyblade is good on ammunition.
Turn, not at an ideal time. Oh. It looks like... fire is spreading inside of Ethan's ship. Does he have fire extinguishers? He only has one fire extinguisher. And I don't think it is working. No, there goes
That
the
is-
reactor.
The entire Beyblade has fallen to fire and explosions of a chain reaction, taking out half of their... half of their ship.
That is quite the turn of
However, they
events.
still have 3 railguns to fire with and a little bit of maneuverability. If they can get this one shot off, they might be able to win this bout. And the corridors opened up. Ethan's gonna take the shot. Right into the control center. However, it's not enough. The control center barely damaged. I don't think it's actually taken any damage. It's taken a little bit of damage. Newsmith seems to be playing their cards right. However, if Ethan can get the cheeky reach around by just rolling along the edge of the ship, they might actually be able to hit behind Newsmith. Though Newsmith seems to not be having it as they are turning to face. Ethan's still struggling to orientate their ship in time. However, it is a 3 railgun v 3 railguns, so this is gonna be interesting. Although I believe Newsmith is probably gonna win because of their enhanced mobility.
Not sure what Newsmith's plan is right now.
However, I do believe Ethan is about to actually lose as one of their ammo bins is about to go boom. They do not have a means of dealing with the fire, and they have a full cache of... It's actually a cannon ammo factory, which, as we know, has very disastrous results. There it goes. Ethan is about to lose even more maneuverability as the huge thrusters are now cut off from power, and the fire begins to spread even more. And it would seem that Ethan's ship now does not have the command capability to even maneuver. And this does seem to spell the
There goes another rail for Ethan. It's not looking good for him.
Ethan and Game Night have decided to forfeit.
And that will be match 1. Or, well,
the dynamic duo has lost their first round, though I would love to see what they do in the second one, as they do seem to pull out all the stops for these competitions by bringing in some really interesting designs.
That was a very close match. I was really expecting Beyblade to win that one, but
it was very, very close, and it was just unfortunate that the Beyblade does not have more fire extinguishers, even though it has the
armor advantage, yeah. And it definitely has budget, yeah.
Yeah, it has budget to spare. Although it would seem that Game Night and Ethan seem to be running twin Beyblades?
Interesting strategy.
Strange.
Guess they figured it worked pretty well for that round, so they're going to try it again.
Although Game Night has not readied up yet, so there may be some sort of contention between the two. They might be trying to organize. Oh, Game Night is trading out for something. Oh, no, Ethan's trading out as well. Immortal has decided, and Newsmith have brought out the Moon Eclipse, which seems to be some sort of missile rail fan. And Ethan and Game Night have indeed decided to go with the Beyblades, which could end up being their doom, as the Beyblades don't really have much forward maneuverability on their own. But they seem to be ready, and they aren't canceling anytime soon, so I'm going to hit the launch game button.
I finally got caught up with the tournament screen, so now the viewers can see which round it is displayed. All right, so here we go, round 2. Let's see who gets this.
All right.
So on the left here, Ethan again with the same Beyblade ship. And Game Night looks like he has the same ship but painted differently, and it is called Beyblade Mark V.
It does seem like they do have some sort of forward maneuvering power, but it's going to be very slow.
Both of them still only have one fire extinguisher per side, which is not ideal.
It would seem that I was correct about the Noosemiss, but only the Moon Eclipse. However, I was only half right. It's actually a Railfan nuke combo.
Interesting. These have been...
This is going to be an interesting fight.
Yeah.
Being able to leverage the lowered maneuverability of the Beyblades, the Moon Eclipse is going to be able to keep their arse end pointed away from the Beyblades, meaning that they can just continue to stream nukes at these Railfan spinners.
Yeah, the nuke's primary function is going to be stripping away that armor on the rail spinner, and hopefully leave a lot of open spaces for the rails to snipe inside. It's a very good strategy to combine with the rails.
Ethan, no!
Ethan is going to go back and grab a snack while we wait for the two ships to combine in the center.
That's why I love these guys. They're full of humor, and they have some of the weirdest strategies, and I love them. That being said, Game Night seems to be the one lagging this time.
Yeah, both of them are lagging quite a bit. So...
And it would be Team 2 that seems to have taken the center first, which is not surprising considering Beyblade's reduced maneuverability. And I do believe the Beyblades are running, trying to escape the edge of the ring as the ring is closing in, and I'm not sure they're fast enough. We will see shortly. Or not so shortly.
Not so shortly, I would say that would be more accurate. I guess while we wait, let us know if the audio is at the right volume for you guys.
All right, it would seem Team 2 has cut their thrusters as they are now in the center of the map and are just sort of waiting for the Beyblades to maneuver into position. This is such a weird turn of events because the timer could run out before...
No, the timer is also being slowed down by the lag, so it will, as you can see, 1 second, every 1 second here in Cosmoteer, 10 seconds pass in real life. Unlike Africa, as the meme would suggest. So I guess we will just have to play the waiting game. I mean, they are getting closer.
You know what? I know precisely what to play in this situation. Oh, and it would seem that Immortal and Noosemiss have decided that they can't wait and are actually moving on the Beyblades, looking like they're going to try and assault them from one side while they are lined up, meaning that they will only be able to leverage 4 railguns at a time and not the full 8 of the 2 Beyblades. However, Ethan has already cut one of their engines and has begun to spin.
It looks like the next match after this one is going to be with Mint and Immortal. I'm not seeing...
That should not be correct. Hang
no,
on.
it is Mint and Zerul. My bad.
No, Yes.
Yes, and then Slowking and
correct.
Zakwe. So
Yes. All right. So Ethan has begun spinning.
spinning, that's a good trick.
Oof.
We're interesting that they are choosing to hide behind the asteroid.
It is going Oh.
Oh, here's the first shot from Ethan.
Oh, and it
We're
is struck
just into the edge of the asteroid.
All right, now that this weird Cold War is heating up. All right, and the first blood belongs to Ethan as they actually managed to dent Immortal's front armor. Game Night actually in a suboptimal position to be aiding Ethan. However, as time moves on, it could be that Immortal might drift into Game Night's firing path and putting another dent. Ethan has put another dent into Immortal's front armor. We still have yet to see the nukes in action. Actually, Team 2 seems to be splitting up as Newsmith is going after Game Night and Immortal seems to be going after Ethan. Game Night firing off a cheeky little shot against Immortal.
Another rail shot from
Beyblade
Ethan.
also responding. However, that segmented armor is tough.
I think these nukes are getting in range soon. Yep, there
And here
goes
they
the
come.
nukes from Immortal. Because the spinners are completely stationary while they spin, they have no ability to dodge these nukes.
Without much ability to... Yeah, and there goes
Ooh.
a healthy chunk of armor out of Beyblade for Ethan's Beyblade. However, Ethan does not care as he just keeps on spinning.
Yeah, and if you notice there, Ethan actually Immortal took a little bit of damage from that strafe he tried and almost took out a few of his thrusters. Well, one of his thrusters. Some more rail trading going on here.
Oh, it would seem that Newsmith and Immortal are focusing down Ethan, not even touching Game Night.
Indeed.
However,
Game Night
Ethan
seems
and
to be getting
Game
a
Night-
side shot onto Immortal.
Ethan and Game Night are also focusing on Immortal, so it's focusing all around. Immortal doing the interesting move of drifting outside of the map.
Newsmith's using the opportunity of the enemy focusing the other ship to get some nukes fired, it looks like. I don't know what his strategy is here because he's going... Well, I think he's trying to, but...
Uh-oh! A well-timed
Ooh.
shot has actually nearly penetrated.
Nearly.
It was so close.
I'm not sure his strategy here because
Time, but not quite.
as he goes past here, Game Night is going to get an exposed rear to fire at.
Oh, and it would seem that Newsmith has decided to nuke Game Night.
And there goes the rear. It does not penetrate. There was enough armor on that rear to stop those rails. And here comes the nukes.
And Game Night has now found themselves with a new divot in the surface of their Beyblade. If Ethan had been a little more alert, they might have been able to get a shot off on Newsmith.
Looks like Immortal is trying to rotate to fire another volley of nukes.
The more mobile moon eclipses are actually still drifting out of the map, but they will very soon have the advantage here. As
Newsmith is firing another volley of nukes, it looks like.
And it's official, Ethan is now kissing the outside of the ring. And all these moon eclipses have to do is now...
Immortal has just been sniped through the reactor.
Oh my gosh!
Some weak side armor there, but the nukes are coming in still. Interesting.
Not that that's gonna really do much. All that Ethan really has to do now is get back inside of the ring, but they are too slow to do so. All that Team 2 really needs to do to win is Newsmith just needs to run away. However, Game Night is gonna try and not let that happen.
It's also good to keep in mind that those nukes are still going to be very deadly, even if he does not have a control room, because they're still targeted toward Ethan.
Well, Ethan's outside of the map. It's kind of borked either way.
Yeah, honestly, he should just be trying to get in as fast as he can, as should Game Night.
Game Night has activated his forward thrusters. However, he's having trouble with orientation. It would seem Team 1's haste may cost them their spot in this tournament. Although Ethan is now leveraging their diagonal thrusters to maneuver their Beyblade into position, staying just ahead of the outside of the ring. Ethan has actually fallen to Immortal, which means that it is now tied up. Team 1 and Team 2 are now sitting almost precisely at one ship. It's kind of difficult to tell who has more points, but it's going to come down to a brawl at the center of the ring. Well, actually at the edge of the ring, because it would seem that Beyblade, Game Night's Beyblade is now beginning to spin again, firing right down the throat of the Moon Eclipse. The Moon Eclipse passing up a chance to fire through the weak armor on the side, getting a few cheeky railgun shots down the throat again, but no joy for Game Night. However, Game Night is about to get... Oh no! Poorly timed. Game Night does not manage to shoot right down into the railguns. However, they are diagonal and do have a shot at a weak area, and there goes the reactors. Team 1 has taken the second bout, which means we go on to bout 3. Holy damn, I love these guys. They make these games very interesting. I know I'm supposed to be objective, but oh my gosh.
Yeah, this was quite the match. I really liked how the nukes shook things up, but he was able to get that side snipe in. All right. We now have the first round 3 of the tournament. Ethan versus Game Night, or Ethan and Game Night versus New Smiths and Immortal.
Immortal has opted to keep the Moon Eclipse. Ethan has also opted to keep the Beyblade. Now it's up to New Smiths and Game Night to see what is actually going to happen in this third bout. Are they going to change it up? New Smiths is keeping his ship.
Game Night looks to be switching it out. Let's see what he changes it to. Hey, he's switching it to the Orbiter so we can push the Beyblade towards the center of the map.
Swapped back to his Rage Quit. Immortal has actually decided to swap his ship again. Counter picking for Game Night, I'm assuming. Newsmith is also swapping out. I see. Immortal is now running the Moon Eclipse, and Newsmith is now running the Midnight Sun. I'm afraid that Team 2 might take it here, as the Midnight Sun did prove to be very effective against this duo before.
Yeah, so here on the left, Ethan and Game Night are doing what they did first round with the Beyblade and the Rage Quit. Over here on the right, Newsmith and Immortal are going with their same ships, but they have painted them differently, I think. No, he is using the Midnight Sun which does not have
I-
nukes, and Immortal is using the one with nukes.
What am I to you? I told you this before.
Okay, yeah, I was not paying attention.
Yeah, so Newsmith swapped out for the Midnight Sun, which is the ship that they used in the first round. It is very mobile, but not very well protected in the rear. Whereas the Moon Eclipse is very well protected in the rear, but isn't very maneuverable. Newsmith saying something in Russian, which I can't really translate. Does anybody know Russian? All right, Team 1 has combined, which means that they're going to move straight to the center of the map so that the Beyblade can sit there. Hopefully, Game Night doesn't have that awful glitch that cost them dearly in the first round.
I wouldn't call it a glitch as much as a fluke with his ship, but
I would say that was a glitch because it clipped right into their ship.
oh yes,
Because of the lag.
the front armor. I forgot about that. Interesting. He turned off his rails along with his thrusters. I'm not sure why exactly, but I guess he didn't want any misfires. Ethan turned off both his rails and his thrusters.
Interesting.
I mean, the thrusters is just so he doesn't interfere with the orbiter pushing him, but not quite sure what the rails are turned
He
off for.
probably selected their entire ship and hit off.
Well, I mean,
hit
no,
the
only the launchers are turned off. The rest of the railgun is still on.
So this is a rather interesting map, which actually favors Team 1 because it's nice and open. All of the asteroids actually seem to be rather spread out. Ethan nearly in position to dominate the center of the map. Team 2 actually seems to be holding their distance behind the asteroids. All right, Team 1 has ejected and jettisoned their guides, and Ethan is now almost dead center in the center of the map. Game Night moving their orbiter to get out of the way.
I'm looking forward to these matches being over primarily, so we don't have to deal with the lag. But I'm sure we will encounter it later.
All right, and I believe this is where the fight actually begins.
Well, in a few minutes.
In a few minutes.
Yeah. In 10 seconds of in-game time.
All right. Game Night has fired up their thrusters and seems to be trying to maneuver around this asteroid. The Beyblade has powered up and has begun to spin. The Midnight Sun and the Moon Eclipse do seem to be trying to get an angle on these two. However, here comes the Rage Quit charging straight towards the Midnight Sun.
I'm not sure what his strategy is there because his teammate won't be able to fire if he goes out of range. So
And first blood comes from Game Night as he is about to dent Midnight Sun's armor. Almost reaching that far rightmost railgun, but
just
all of
cutting
the,
close. Just cutting short.
all of the shield generators in the far right Midnight Sun do seem to intercept. Midnight Sun actually getting oh my goodness, very close to the Rage Quit's railguns. Beyblade getting a shot off on Midnight Sun, and the Moon Eclipse now maneuvering to take a shot at the Beyblade. Game Night has started to, and Game Night and Ethan are just hammering away at the Midnight Sun, as that is the one that seems to pose them most danger to them right now. Which is odd, because the Moon Eclipse has nukes which can chip away at the Beyblade.
Yeah.
Game Night seems to be
Oh,
taking
that
it on the
one
nose.
snipe right into the... Oh no!
That's gonna cost
The
us
chain
the entire
reaction!
ship.
Game Night did not put any armor behind that loader, which caused an explosion, taking out his entire ship. That is...
It is now Beyblade
unfortunate.
versus everyone. However, Beyblade has lost their railguns again, which means that this is going to be the death knell for Team 1.
Those are some very... Yeah, those are some very well-timed nukes from Immortal, able to get them into the barrel of the rail.
Was it nukes or rail?
No, that was all nukes, yeah.
Oh!
It was very well-timed. Looks like Newsmith is lining up for another fan. Right into the opened hole. Oh, but he is too late. That would have been a very good shot. Looks like Immortal's lining up. Nope. Just too short again. They're going to have to get that timing down again. Immortal's nukes are reloaded. Let's see. Newsmith's lining up another shot. Oh, it looks like it's going to hit. Oh.
If Ethan manages to clutch this,
that would be very impressive. I don't think it's really going to happen, though. It's 2 versus 1. The fire is going to burn him, and there goes one half of his ship.
More than one half. He's lost. He's down to 3 railguns, and the fire is continuing to spread throughout Ethan's ship.
Ooh.
And
that is game.
I do believe that Team 1 has forfeit.
Ethan has forfeited, yes.
And that has kicked Ethan and Game Night out of the running, which means that Immortal and Newsmith moves on to the next round.
Congratulations. All right, going into the next round, we have Emperor Terratron and Mint versus Sloking and Zakwe.
Also pronounced as ZQE, also pronounced as a million other things.
Yes, yes. It is a very confusing name.
I don't think even he knows how it's pronounced. Right, on the left we have Terratron's ship. Looks like a tractor beam railfan. And below it, Mint's ship is a very, very high-powered railfan. Not a lot of defense, though.
Or thrust, for that matter.
Yeah, it's
high damage output.
High damage output, not a lot of defense. Good at alpha strikes, but that's about it.
Yeah, and over on the right, Sloking has a tractor beam missile orbiter, an interesting combination, and Zakwe has a shielded missile orbiter.
So really, this is just railfans versus missiles.
Yes. And Mint is going to have some hard time with all of those missiles arcing to the rear with only half a layer of armor protecting their control room.
Honestly, even head-on, they don't have enough defense to really take a lot of missiles.
No.
So it looks like Terratron is going to be advancing forwards to try and protect Mint. Maybe?
I would think so, but he's turning now. Not sure why.
Yeah. Well, Sloking and Zikui are splitting up to try and flank. I think they realize that a single shot from Mint can do serious damage, so they're going to try and take Mint's ship out as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Looks like actually Zakwe prioritized going against the larger railfan because he has more armor and shielding. Ooh. Taking out quite a few bits of armor.
Yeah, and that took out a lot of shields
Yeah,
too.
5 shields. That is a lot.
That's crazy damage. Alright, so first missiles are firing. Second railfan by Mint. You can see just how much damage that does. That's insane.
But here comes the missiles.
It's a good tactic by ZQE there, ramming. Ramming makes it much harder for railfans to aim properly, and it helps distribute damage over armor, like across a wide space.
Yeah. With that limited maneuverability, Mint is having a hard time spinning to actually fire their railfan.
Yeah.
There goes some of their rails already.
And others are losing power. I'd imagine a ship like that has serious logistical challenges.
Yeah, there's no way to fully supply all those rails off of just that one reactor.
Yeah. There goes some more rails. The other pair of ships is locked in a pretty intense battle. It doesn't look like
But
much
it
is
looks
going
like,
on.
oh, and there is a reactor explosion. Emperor Terratron was able to get through that one corner.
Yeah, a little weak spot in the armor there. Ooh. That was very close to a nasty angle on ZQE there.
Yeah.
Oh, but missiles getting through Terraton's
Oh,
side
yeah.
armor.
There goes the one rail.
Battles with tractor beams are always interesting, because it looks like not much is happening, but in reality, those tractor beams are making a huge difference in all ships' maneuverability. It's a lot more intense to pilot than it looks. Terratron doesn't really have much they can do in this scenario, though. They're getting hit on two opposite sides, and they only have front armor left.
Yeah, and there goes his control room is only at 2,000 health left. A few more hits and it will be down.
Yeah. He is using his tractor beams to help turn, though. That's very, very smart. Saved him some time.
And there goes his control room.
Yeah, wasn't enough.
Okay.
Great piloting, though. Alright, so that is a victory for Team 2. And we'll probably see Team 1 switch out their ships. Right, Mint has switched to... Well, I'm not sure what that was, but they're switching off of it. Looks like Terratron there has a railfan similar to the one we saw earlier. Rail kite with a ton of point defense.
Yeah, and not a lot of a regen.
Yeah.
Slowking is also going for a similar railfan. Lots, or not railfan, but rail kite. Lots of rail kites. Oh, Zakwe is switching up too, as is Slowking.
Interesting choice. It's a wall of some sort. Not a voider. Could be really any type of weaponry.
They are counter-picking hard right now.
Yeah. Alright, looks like everyone's ready, so let's go.
All right.
All things considered, that counterpicking did not take long. We've seen much, much worse in the past.
Yeah, yeah. For sure.
You talking
Right.
about the 30-minute counter pick?
Yeah, yeah.
So on the
So,
left there, Terratron does indeed have a ridiculously large wall of point defense on their rail kite, and Mint has used the same railfan as before. On the right, we have that same missile orbiter from ZQE.
a point
Slowking
defense
has-
wall. Wow.
Point defense ion wall.
Ion wall.
It-
Yes.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an uncommon choice, but it can be really, really strong in some scenarios.
Especially against rails. Point defense is pretty powerful at dealing with them.
Turn off the graphic polar.
Uh-oh.
Whoops.
Whoops.
Yeah, point defense walls are kind of a gamble because they're very, very effective against ships like rail fans, in some instances maybe deck cannon brawlers, but they're pretty garbage against most everything else. Right, looks like we
So
have the
first rails are
first
firing.
rails.
The other set of rails. Point defense is able to take out all of them, basically.
Oh, but some of the missiles are hitting Terratron's point defense. He's like trying to turn at too sharp of an angle.
Oh, no armor on the rear, and that reactor is gone already.
Ooh, that was a very unlucky hit.
Yeah.
Terratron technically still alive though.
Oh, the rails are able to make it through, and there goes a reactor.
Yeah, you can see just the sheer power of all of those railguns. Oh. And like they said, that's pretty much game. Both of their ships are crippled. It's just a matter of taking that last bit of damage. Oh, that almost made a big difference.
Yeah, the
Uh,
one rail.
yeah, if that didn't hit a prism, it probably would have pierced through and hit something like the control room.
Yeah.
That could have been very bad. You always want to be careful of disabled ships, because they can usually still fire back. But that is game. Good game and well played, everyone.
So Zikwe and Slowking, was that her second win?
Yes, that was their second
All
win, so
right.
they'll be advancing, and Team 1 will be going to the losers bracket tomorrow.
We've had a little bit of a snafu with Team 2. I'm gonna try and get them back, but apparently their computer crashed. So just a second. People were wigging out that Polar was on Team 2 for a second. All right. Come on. Where is the Discord so that I can ping the person?
Yeah, it looks like we're missing
Yeah, we're missing
Ultra.
Yeah. When will Ultra be back? Whenever their computer turns back on, probably. Also, people are screeching at you, Polar, to change the OBS scenes.
Yes, I have noticed.
Oh dear. Yeah, Ultra's game has crashed.
Unfortunate.
I think they're reopening it, hopefully. In the meantime, it would seem that we have a few wall builds, although one of them doesn't seem to be so much of a... Oh, and they're
And it's gone.
the locomotive facing up.
It looks very shallow for a wall.
Oh no! He keeps saying that's not good in voice chat. Oh dear. Ultra is having a time.
We may have to.
Exno has brought out the Royal Alpha Strike, which seems to be a rail fan of prodigious proportions. What the hell is that?
What looks like at least I don't know, one, two, at least like 12, if not 16 rails.
Nick also seems to be running a rail fan. However, it seems to have a couple of claws on either side to keep them rooted in place. So those might not be rail guns.
That is an interesting design.
Wait,
It must be some sort of
wait.
transforming design. Yeah, I
It's
think they're
not a-
going to combine.
It's a combiner. Oh my gosh. We're gonna be in for a treat, guys.
That is a serious rail fan if that gets combined.
Oh my gosh.
I really just want to see that thing fire.
I think they might be able to shoot through each other. I'm not sure. I'm trying to see from the design, but we're just waiting on.
We may have to postpone this patch later. We haven't heard anything really from Ultra yet.
We have, but
I mean, just that bad news that his computer is not working, but
I don't know. His computer's working. It's the game.
It's
The
the
game seems to
game.
have thrown out an error code.
Before the stream, I was not able to launch Cosmoteer on my Linux install, so we're now using Windows, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's the downside of Linux. If you don't know how to configure it yourself, or you don't have the compatibility patches, you're kind of out of luck. Oh, Ultra 4 is typing. Restarting my entire computer. Okay.
All right.
2-minute warning is what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I'll go grab a glass of water while we wait.
And I will put on the ever-present Jeopardy music.
All right. Yes, you are on stream, Xsnow. Well, I mean, your comments aren't because they are covered by the graphic.
All right. So last we heard, one of the competitors is restarting their PC. Saris has just basically said, wait.
Nick
Oh, holy
is
combiner, please don't fail on us. Amen.
Nick is praying to the Cosmoteer gods to help his combiner to connect. If you guys didn't know, these combiners work by exploiting the frame rate of the physics in Cosmoteer. Since it runs at 30 frames per second, if you get the right speed, you can clip through parts if you're going at the exact speed and distance to get the frame rate.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Yeah, it's quite the mechanism.
Do note, though, that it is a physics exploit and likely will be patched out.
Yes, so while it is cool for now, hopefully when they add actual docking support, we will have real combiners. So I look forward to that.
I do hope that he only really gets rid, like he works on the patch, right? And then once he has it done, he doesn't push it through until he has actual docking.
Yeah,
that'd be nice.
That would be nice, but we'll see. I think docking is pretty far off on the to-do list, so. There, we got some Jeopardy music going.
Yeah, can you hear it through my mic or what's
No,
the deal?
I'm playing it now.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
The dynamic duo too, the dynamic sing. Yeah, you guys, X Snow and Nick do seem to be filling the role of the dynamic duo. His computers are started now, finally. Alright, I'm gonna put on some other thinking music, because this is starting to drive me insane.
It wouldn't be a Cosmoteer tournament without some crazy delay that we weren't prepared for.
I love how YouTube music also does not like going down in volume. It will be loud at every volume.
I have a way that I've gotten around that in OBS, but
Yeah.
you are on...
I'm not
Linux.
recording. Oh, I'm on Windows. I'm on Windows.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not. For some reason, the individual audio recording wasn't working out, so I'm just using desktop audio right now. Oh, Ultra is in the game. Pause the Jeopardy
Finally!
music. We are ready to go.
Alright. Team 1 has been good to go for a while. Team 2 currently consists of the LW-1500A. Whatever the hell that means. I think it might be a trap ship. Ultra 4's internet dripping into the red, then the yellow. However, the Missile Avoider V2, that's nice to know that they actually put the name of the ship. That is an interesting design there. I suppose we will see it once everyone readies up. Ultra A4 is ready. Tippy C is... Tippy C? There
Alright,
we go.
and there
All
they
right,
go.
everybody is readied up. 3, 2, 1.
Let the games begin. After this short loading sequence. There we go. Round start, and I have turned off the graphic this time. All right, let's watch this docking sequence. Cross your fingers.
All right. Immediately, Team 2 seems to be screaming towards Team 1, trying to prevent them from getting their combine off. Meanwhile, the mother of all rail fans is combining.
PC is trying to put a stop to the stocking procedure, but I do not think he's going to get there in time. It's going to be close, though.
Meanwhile, this combiner has little to no actual side armor.
No, it's just structure. Here's the clip. And it worked.
And
Amazing.
it worked. All right. This from this point forward, the Royal Airstrike is probably the most powerful ship on the field.
It's the most powerful ship that's ever been in a tournament before, probably.
Probably able to alpha strike right through the trap ship that's about to disconnect.
Oh, but Tippy C might be able to outmaneuver it.
Yes, it's
boost
no, it's activated
thrusters.
boosters. It's begun to turn. Here it comes, the Royal Alpha Strike right down the center.
Oh
my
that was
goodness!
glorious. 2 reactors taken out.
Only one section of ship remains, and all the Alpha Strike has to do is just turn a little bit, and that will be the end of Tippy C.
There it goes. Deleted. That was quite the performance we've seen from X Snow and Nick.
Oh my word!
Now I'm really excited for docking to be added officially. And Ultra has gotten himself stuck on an asteroid.
Oh no!
That is why he hasn't been able to help his teammate. He's able to strafe ever so slightly due to...
And this is his docking ship as well.
Yeah, and he is docked into a very, very thin missile orbiter.
Nick, run!
That's got to be quite the experience, leaving all of your piloting maneuvers up to your teammate.
I have seen it done so often. It is a very good question. While I'm waiting, it would seem that we have a question. I had played this game 2 years ago and it was free. Why does it cost €20 now?
Yeah,
Well,
so the game has been in pre-release state for 10 years. When Walt originally developed it, it was called Starlight, and it has been free for that whole 10-year span. But Walt wanted to get closer to a full release of the game, and so he's released it on Steam now, and it is now in early access. And it to fund the future development of Cosmoteer, it now costs $20, but I think it is $20 well spent for the amount of content this game offers.
what I will liken it to is this guy's been making you sandwiches for free for 10 years and they're just now starting to charge.
Yeah, like, seriously.
I mean, yeah, a lot of people don't have money right now because there's a lot of... Anyways, moving on. It would seem that the Missile Avoider V2 has actually unstuck itself and has taken control of the center of the map, which puts it in a very advantageous position. But will it be able to outmaneuver the Royal Alpha Strike, one of the most terrifying ships I've ever seen on this tournament?
Yeah, and
20, did he say 27?
27 rails. I think that is correct.
27! 27 rails! Oh, and the Missile Avoider, being very maneuverable, is just sort of tumbling through space right now, and is about to launch a massive volley of missiles around the asteroid, but I believe the asteroid is going to...
The asteroid is the only thing that's going to save him from 27 rails.
And you know what? Ultra A4 might be able to take out the Royal Alpha Strike, which has no maneuverability.
Hardly any armor on the rear and very little maneuverability.
Missiles are actually just going to impact on that asteroid or impact onto that scaffolding.
Here goes the first rail, down to 26, 25,
24,
24, 23,
23,
22, 21, 20, 19, 18.
An 18 rail Alpha Strike will still be able to take out the missile avoider.
Yeah, keep in mind, most competitive ships only have 6 rails, so it is still quite fearsome.
It would seem that this is the end of the Royal Alpha Strike. It was impressive at first, however, the missile avoider V2 is absolutely horrifying. I'm actually looking closer at it. The ability to glitch and do that dock. Whoa! We're getting shots off. If they can manage it, if they can hit, that's oh my goodness, they have so many control centers.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to snipe this ship,
if they can
really.
get an alpha shot right down the center, they can cause a chain reaction.
There goes quite a few
and there goes
of the engines.
Chain reaction. However, it's not enough. And it looks like they are now down to 4 active railguns. However, they are now outside of the ring and are suffering attrition damage.
They are finally outside of the range of the missiles, though, which is, I guess, nice for them. But yeah, they have very little forward thrust.
Question is, could they turn this around? And I believe the answer is absolutely not.
Yeah, they have disabled a lot of the thrust on Ultra, so he is down to.
Their control room is about to falter and fail.
Oh yeah, one of their control rooms is at 600 health. Not great.
And I do believe that is. Oh, they're still trying. And they might actually do it because they're lined up.
They're firing.
Oh my gosh!
The reactor's at 1,000 health. That was impressive. Can they get another shot off?
However,
that is it. They have no more ammo.
Power. I don't think they
have no more power.
They have ammo. They have ammo. They don't have power. That was it.
That was their last shot. That was extremely close. Wow.
Oh.
Good game indeed.
First bout goes to Team 2. I can't wait to see what happens in the next bout. The Royal Alpha Strike is such an interesting concept. I'm so glad that I logged in today. Oh my goodness. Should have gotten slightly better forward thrust. Yeah. It does not seem like Team 1 will be changing out anytime soon. Team 2 doesn't seem to be changing at all. However, Tippy is on the fence as to what they're actually going to use. And it looks like they're using a 1.5 million cost brawler. Whatever that is.
Yeah, it looks like a deck cannon orbiter or rammer. And Ultra is going with his same missile avoider or orbiter. All right, let's see how match 2 goes and if they can strike another combination successfully.
This time I'm going to take a look at the V2 missile avoider. There he goes. He's using the boost.
Yep, there he goes. And this is his combining. Perfect. Yeah, it's much easier to combine the same ship because you know the exact distances. With a multiplayer ship, you've got to test it, and the distances are a lot larger.
So, Team 1 was making a very interesting point about how their ship does not have a lot of forward thrust, but it has a lot of reverse thrust.
Yeah. It looks to be more designed to be a kiter than a railfan.
Which, honestly, if they had turned their ship around and used, like... I think the problem is that they just do not have...
Another
proper
successful
maneuverability.
combination.
Like, the Royal Alpha Strike is such a fascinating ship. But the problem is that it is a...
It's very fragile. Very fragile. Glass cannon.
It's a glass cannon. But it's not just a glass cannon. It's a glass cannon that's super glued to the floor. It can't really do much. Which means that if... Literally, all Team 2 has to do is wait. That's all they have to do. If they just hang out in the center of the ring, the Royal Alpha Strike will time out outside of the ring.
Well, unless it turned around, of course. It could probably catch up.
Possibly. Uh-oh, it would seem that I need to pause the game for a moment.
X-Snow is disconnected. That is unfortunate. We're going to have to redo this round. All right, so just go back to main menu. Or not menu, match menu or whatever. Not main menu.
Team 1 has forfeited.
All right.
Which doesn't cost them... Yes, you guys get a rematch.
Yeah, rematch will be happening. All right, back to round 2 still. Let's wait for X-Snow to connect again. And there's X-Snow back. Still a pretty low connection, but he's back. Oh, it looks like they have to switch positions because their combination ship relies on the vertical placement of their ships.
Ah.
That is fascinating. So now we're going to watch as Nick pilots, I guess. Was X-Snow piloting before? I don't remember.
Oh. Yes. Yes, he was. All right, everybody seems ready, so we're gonna launch.
Oh, they're facing upside down. So I think Nick is still going to be the pilot. No, wait.
That's interesting. Wait, did they swap out?
Yeah, look at the name. It says facing down.
Oh my goodness.
That is some really crazy strategies. I didn't even think about that.
Really prepared for this, obviously. Oh my goodness.
Ultra again with a perfect combination.
Their ship scares me.
Yeah.
Like it is not mathematically perfect, but it is just, it's quick, it's compact, it's well protected, which means that you can't really flank it, not easily anyways. And you're just gonna have to punch through the armor and through the shields, and it's just a tough little ship.
Yeah. I mean, it is very exposed on the rear if you do manage to get around. But yeah, that damage output is very scary.
This brawler, which has a couple ions and deck guns, that is just, it's a brick. It's
Indeed.
just a brick.
They definitely, they brought that specifically to absorb those 27 rails, I'm pretty sure.
But I'm not sure it's going to do them any good.
I don't think so either. Like, that is only one control room, so Once that's dead, that's out.
The Royal Alpha Strike is again being outpaced by the wall. If they cut out 4 of those railguns, they could make that ship combat worthy with armor and thrusters. Team 2 does not seem to be engaging, interestingly enough. I think Ultra is hoping to flank once Royal Alpha Strike engages the Brawler. This is a very, very slow match.
I think they're just waiting for the Ring of Death to close.
Oh,
Ultra
and there
is
goes,
auto-firing some of his missiles.
which is strange, because you'd think in a ship like that, you'd want to keep as many of your missiles to your chest, wouldn't you?
I mean, he does have quite a bit of ammo.
Are they that cocky that they can just waste ammunition?
Maybe he's trying to set it up so he can do a longer range missile strike.
Does that work?
It used to. I don't know if it works anymore.
Oh, things are coming to a head. It looks like Ultra is moving in for something.
Ultra
Team
seems
one
to
at
be a little bit too close. Unless their
Team
plan
one.
is...
Team 1 is at a disadvantage right now, as their ship is not built to withstand flanking.
Or
It relies
missiles.
on taking out the ships right away. And there goes the first blood.
There goes, straight
right
through.
the missile avoider. However, the missile avoider is not. Well, actually,
It is very much dead. There is no thrust connected to a weapon. And they're finishing it off.
All right, and
let's,
the Brawler is
let's see
moving
the
in,
full
which
power of the Royal Alpha Strike versus this brick.
Here it
Who will win?
goes.
Nope.
Oh dear.
Not quite, not quite. I think they're going to come with a second volley here. There we go. Oh.
Oh,
Wow. That is
halfway
quite the penetration
through.
there. Here comes
Oh,
deck
that
cannons
is a-
though.
Oh no.
Oh, but it
Oh,
goes straight
that,
into the
I
control
believe,
room.
Might be game as soon as
As soon as the missile orbiter has its control room taken out, that will be game.
all X Snow really needs to do is they need to get right back into the ring, because Ultra A4 still has, I think, 3 control rooms in the ring. If they're stuck out there and they are unable to get back in, they're doomed.
Yeah, it's interesting to note that the brick is probably serving better as a obstacle than it is as a weapon.
Which, strangely enough, might be the big brain move.
Yeah. It's serving quite well as a brick.
Oh, it would seem that they have figured out their issue and are now reversing their flight path, as none of the other ships can actually damage them. Except for one half.
Yeah,
Oh,
one
hang
half
on.
of Ultra does have a few missiles on it.
Yeah, I see it.
And keep in mind those deck cannons can still fire. Ooh, those
Although I don't-
EMP taking out
Oh.
the thrusters. Not ideal.
Those jet cannons are turning. They're returning. Uh-oh, X Snow is
The
teetering on
EMP,
the edge.
the EMP has taken out the energy from the railguns. It looks like Nick has tried turning off the railguns to prevent the EMP from taking energy from them. Oh, here comes the deck cannons. That is not looking good.
That is a rough bit of damage there. However, it would seem that they do not care, as they are just going to sacrifice those railguns in order to get back into the ring, hopefully.
Yeah, in fact, actually, removing those rails
However,
might help.
Here comes some missiles.
Oh,
It's a shame they didn't put any point defense on there, because that's gonna just slam right into the back.
and they're already very weakened from the Ring of Death, down to like 25% health remaining.
And there goes a majority of their railguns.
As a hot
All they
knife
need to
cuts through
do-
butter, these missiles are
All
cutting
they
through.
really need to do is they just need to get back inside of the ring and turn around and then take out this one missile avoider. Sledge. And now begins the turn. They're back inside, turn back on the railguns.
Oh, it looks like Ultra
However,
is gonna
here comes the
ram them
missile.
out of the
Oh
ring.
no! And that will be it for Team 1. I do believe that just spells game. However, I have been proven wrong before, but unfortunately they have that one horn, which is going to push that missile avoider out of the way of their cannons. That is the end. Finito. Unless... Can they do it? Ah, that is their
Very
final
close.
best now. They tried.
No, they still
tried
have
very
one more
hard.
shot. They have one more shot remaining. They could still do
It
it.
doesn't look like it. It would seem that they have no power to their railguns. They are out. And that is the end for Team 1. Team 2 moves on. Tippy C and Ultra 4.
Yeah, so next up we have the Destroyer and Cosmic versus Robo Bunny and Eno Shade.
Oh, it would seem that I think maybe playing Jeopardy music might have been a mistake.
What?
Cuz it's yeah.
Did you leave it playing the entire time?
Huh? No, listen, all right. My stream is demonetized. I don't care. It's your stream that's apparently being worried about.
Oh, that might not be great.
Oh well.
It's not a big deal.
I mean, it's
Okay.
not like we're gonna make much money off of this anyways. And it's not even my money, so Forrest can take the loss.
This is gonna sue you.
Truly, for doing work for free. What a tragedy.
How dare you demonetize the stream where you guys do all the work and I get paid?
Yeah, I think I'll sue Saurus for my money, you know?
Right, well, popping back into the match, on the left here we have Destroyer and Cosmic, both with the same railfan as we saw before, Rail Kite. And on the right side we have Robo Bunny and Eno Shade, both... No, one has a rather typical looking railfan, though it's pretty fast. And Eno Shade has a missile avoider.
Indeed.
There are really a lot of asteroids on this playing field. That's going to make the rail kites have some trouble.
Yeah, that's going to be an issue for sure.
Missiles can actually arc around asteroids, So they have a pretty distinct advantage in tight scenarios like this.
Yeah, and especially because these rail kites don't have any defenses on the rear, they're going to be very susceptible to incoming missiles.
Yeah, they do have a lot of point defense, but again, it's battery operated. It doesn't actually have a perpetual power source, so it will only last for so long. Looks like the rail kites are splitting up. Interesting choice.
I think they attempted to go for a flank, but soon realized that Shade and Robo Bunny are very fast.
Yeah, everyone here is really fast. Slowest ship is going well over 90.
Oh, there's the first rail shot, taking out a few shields and some armor. Oh,
Really, though,
he
that's
is
just-
stuck on the asteroid. Oh no, he's able to get out.
Ooh, that hurt.
Yes.
The railfan from Robo Bunny almost did critical damage to
As you can
Cosmic's
see here, though,
railkite.
he successfully spaced out his railgun from destroying his reactor, unlike previous contestants.
Yeah.
Oh, and the
got a desync.
game is out of sync.
I wonder what's causing that.
Not sure. I've seen Rails do it most often, though.
Hmm.
Oh, and the Rails are already firing again.
Cosmic is being forced out of the ring of death there.
Oh, but he
Ooh,
is getting some good shots on the side of Robo Bunny.
that was aimed to the reactor and almost got to it.
Yeah.
It's very close. Now, kites tend to be... If you're going to exit the ring of death, you really want to be using a kite. It's kind of the best case scenario, because the entire goal of a kite is to simply not get hit. Losing a bit of health from staying outside of the ring too long doesn't really hurt much unless you're getting hit, and you're probably in a bad position then anyway.
Yeah, they don't have armor to begin with, so losing it doesn't really matter to them. And on the other hand, for a rail orbiter, a rail fan, they would be less effective because they rely on having lots of heavy armor on their front end.
Yeah, with that being said though, it's still not a position you want to be in, because if you do get hit, it'll do that much more damage.
Oh, I'm noticing Cosmic does not have any fire extinguishers on his ship. That is not good, and his reactor is now on fire. I guess they assumed...
Every tournament.
Yeah, every tournament. There's always someone who forgets their fire extinguisher.
Yeah, at this point, both rail kites have been forced outside of the ring. Just so many asteroids, they don't really have much of a choice.
Yeah, Cosmic's gonna have to act fast if he wants to do any more damage before he blows up. Here comes another good shot from Destroyer, but it does not penetrate.
Yeah, Shade's ship there has so much armor and shielding, it's gonna take a lot of damage. I think realistically the only way that the rail kites are going to be able to destroy that ship is if they get a side or back shot.
Oh, a reactor is taken out on Robo Bunny. He had rotated too much to the side. But Destroyer is also stuck on an asteroid currently.
Yeah. And there goes the rest of that ship.
Yep.
So it's only Shade left.
Shade left, but Cosmic is also about to go down.
Yeah, Shade, even though he's currently in a 2v1 scenario, his ship is a lot healthier still.
Everything
It's
is
still
on
fully
fire.
functional.
Yeah. Destroyer definitely has a very, very untouched ship.
Well, he has an untouched ship, but he's still pretty
And
stuck on that
there goes
asteroid.
Cosmic's control room. I thought the
Oh,
reactor was
wow.
going to go first for sure. Oh, and there goes. Oh, the rails are getting through. The bridge is at 50, or well, 60% health.
This is going to be a battle of attrition, because that point defense is not going to last much longer.
Nope. He's already running down to like 4 or 5 batteries left in each of the power storages.
And you can see some missiles arcing around behind anyway.
And those shields just keep regenning. He's gonna need to change his tactics if he wants to get through.
Well, once all the armor in the way is destroyed, even with that amount of shields, it can't quite stop a full railfan.
True,
Ooh,
true. There it goes. Yeah. It's now gone through all the armor. Oh, and he removed some of the shields too. That's
yeah, that's real bad for Shade. Looks like the point defense is about to run out of power, though.
yeah.
This is going to
Which
come
will
down to
run
the
out
wire.
first, the armor or the point defense?
Looks like
It's
Destroyer is still trying to go for that reactor.
yeah.
Interesting choice.
I think the point defense is going to run out first here because it is down to only a handful of online point defense now.
I'm not sure actually that the point defense running out is going to make a difference. I think this is going to be death by ring.
Yeah, you're right. There is
Yeah,
not
Destroyer ship
very
is...
much health on all of their parts.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got 200 health on his control room. And there it goes. The reactor killed by the Ring of Death. Good game.
Very, very close match. Alright, so Team 2 takes the first victory. Team 1 will probably be switching ships. Or, you know, they might stick to their ships and hope they don't get quite as unlucky with the asteroids. So, while we have a bit of a break here, I think it's a good time to explain exactly how the Ring of Death works. So, a common misconception is that it just deals damage to any ships outside of it. What it actually does is prioritizes the parts with the most health. It'll look at the whole ship, see what part has the most health, and then do a little bit of damage to it and just repeat that over and over. So if you have a part that's critically damaged and you enter the ring for a while, that part may not be the first to explode. Usually, Ring of Death damage only affects how deep penetrating weapons will hit, and uh, whatever explodes first is pretty much random.
Yeah.
Alright,
Alright.
so Team 1 has opted to keep using those rail fans. A little bit of an interesting choice, but playing field is definitely a lot more open this time.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of asteroids in the center.
Actually, this is the exact same matchup as before.
Oh yeah, they didn't change their ships at all. Yeah, the field changing shapes is going to cause a lot more difference now. So this match is probably not going to go anywhere near similar.
It might not. Asteroids are a great way to prevent kite ships from being that overpowered. But it's a little bit of random chance. Kind of a slow start from everyone. We can't see it as observers, but they're probably communicating through team chat right now, trying to figure out how they want to approach this fight. Destroyer looks to be lining up a shot. Not quite in range. Oh, it's worth noting, actually, that those rail kites actually outrange Robo Bunny's ship by a little, because they have
Oh
more
yeah,
accelerators.
appears to
Yeah, you can
be.
see right there. Not by much, but it's noticeable.
Yeah, it's 7 accelerators versus what looks like to be 8. Yeah, so just a little bit more.
8 being the max range.
Yeah, but not the maximum damage or penetration.
No, it continues to speed up and do more damage and everything, but range caps at 8 accelerators.
Cosmic
But
has gotten stuck on an asteroid a little bit.
Initiate is just charging in head on. It's a little dangerous, but could pay off. Yeah, Cosmic is definitely in a bad position there.
Yeah. Oh, and another desync. Make sure to try pausing the game if you can when it
I tried, it didn't let me.
It doesn't go. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it paused for like a second and then unpaused.
Yeah, that's the ping syncing back up.
Oh, I see.
Right, well that volley destroyed one of the railguns on Robo Bunny's ship there.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, because of the desync, it didn't
Wow.
actually fully self-destruct it.
That is an interesting predicament. That loader is actually right next to his control room, so it would have been pretty detrimental for that to explode.
I'm assuming he has it set up so that that's not going to instantly.
Oh, there
destruct
goes a
the
reactor
control room.
on Eno Shade. Who's getting a bit too close to the sun there.
Yeah, and he's lost his control room.
And there
He's
goes
out.
a Cosmic's ship spinning out of control as it loses its command points.
So even though 2 ships are dead, they both still have live weapons. It's going to
Well, not anymore.
potentially
For
affect this.
the other railgun, it is no longer armed.
Yeah. Enoshade, though, weapons are still fully operational even though there's no control room left.
Yeah,
So he's basically a big hazard in the arena now.
but Destroyer is gonna try to maneuver to the other side, so it's not as an issue. Oh, it looks like a rear chunk got taken out of Robo Bunny's ship from that rail, which is causing a fire. And
Yeah, one of those
for some reason, the
earlier
game is
volleys.
not letting me spectate ships anymore since that desync happened. So I have no idea if there's a fire extinguisher in there or not. Though it looks like it's dying down, so. Oh, there goes the reactor.
And the control room.
Oh, then what is
Well,
living?
There's one control room
Enoshade?
left.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah, there
I think
is
he's...
one.
No, he does still have command points left. Destroyer, those really, really far outside the ring. He doesn't want to stay there for long.
Yeah. Not sure what his plan is. He just wants to stay out of range, I guess.
I guess so.
I don't think that's really ideal. I mean, he is trying to move in now.
Well, but he's really slow moving forwards. It's an interesting predicament, actually. At this point, the rail kite is having logistical issues. Can't really get a full rail fan going.
Yeah.
Alright, so he's made the decision to try and get back inside the ring and risk getting hit
Oh,
Oh!
yep. There goes the reactor. That one well-timed shot from Robo Bunny. Good game.
Good game. That was a very, very lucky shot.
Yeah. So is second win or no? This was still round
Yes.
one. No, that was
No.
round two. That was round two.
Round 2. Team 2 advances. Team 1 will be seeing in the losers bracket tomorrow.
All
Good
right.
games.
Good game.
All right. So, I suppose it is time for me to take over. In Team 1, we have Noosmus, Immortal, and Polar Bear. You need to be in observers. Team 2, we have Zikwe and Slowking. It would seem that Zikwe and Slowking have used... Well, Slowking has used 100% of their credits. Zikwe is at 80, and these two over here seem to have about 2,300 some to spare. Still waiting on Immortal to be ready.
Please ignore the round 2 text on our graphic. I did not have time to change it.
Huh?
It says round 2. It's round 1, but
No, I laughed.
oh.
I didn't go, huh?
Her?
Huh? What? All right, we're good to go. 3, 2, 1. Kabuya! Booyah kacha.
All right, so starting on the left, we have Midnight Sun again. It's a orbiter railfan we've seen before from Noosmus, and Immortal is bringing a new ship, the Stellar Rupture, which is a missile orbiter / avoider. Over here,
Interesting.
yeah, what?
It's outfitted with ions as
Wait.
well as regular missiles.
Where? Oh, you mean EMP missiles?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
EMP.
It does have EMPs. That is going to be helpful, but I don't think there's any energy-based ships on the other team. So
On Team 2, I've seen this design before. We saw it last time. It's just a massive armor up front and a bunch of nukes. And
yeah,
missiles.
massive armor that is also removable in case he wants to try kiting.
So we've got a lot of missiles.
Yeah, he's got a nuke missile barge
and one railfan, which I think the railfan is going to decide this.
Yeah, and Zikwe is also bringing a standard missile orbiter. So it'll be interesting.
Team 2 has taken the center.
Yeah.
They're in the wide opens and they can leverage their missiles however they like.
It'll be interesting to see how Slowking and Zikwe will try teaming up since they're very different speeds. Meanwhile, Noosmus is quite far away from Immortal. I suppose they're also trying to plan a flank.
I do believe Zikwe might be trying to go for a flank on Noosmus, as Noosmus's rear is one of the only weak points that we've ever seen in this build, besides shooting right down its throat. And since Team 2 does not have any railguns, it is going to be rough for them.
Looks like all the competitors actually brought fire extinguishers this time. That will be nice. Very useful. as the game crawls to a halt. It looks like both teams are going to combine in the center.
Now that would be interesting. Ships combining in the middle of combat and then boarding actions taking place.
Yes. Pretty sure boarding parties has been one of the most requested features since
Oh,
it
yeah,
was
I know.
named Starlight. I mean, we finally
Trust me,
have some of the technology capable of doing that. I mean, technically in the first beta release of the early access on Steam, there was boarding. But it was
All right,
removed.
heads up.
It was removed during the public, so
I do believe we are now in engagement range. Just barely. It looks like everybody's holding their fire, though. Like, Newsmith should be able to loose off a railgun shot right
no.
if they turn a little bit to the left.
They're still going straight. I wonder what their plan is. I think they're trying to get around the missile orbiter.
Oh, missile orbiter has started launching their barrage of missiles, which is probably going to drill a neat little hole right through Midnight Sun's armor, just
Although
barely.
Midnight Newsmith is going to be going pretty fast, perpendicular to the missiles. So it might be able to dodge these.
I don't know. It's moving a little bit too slow for me to tell.
Yeah. Our the illusion of motion is a bit lost at these frame rates.
It's gonna hit.
Oh yeah, it's hitting for sure. But it's a little bit spread out.
It's not gonna drill a neat little hole. It's gonna, yeah, like you said, it's gonna spread out. However, that is a weak spot in the armor of the Midnight Sun at this point.
See, if Zaquay had just put a rail on the front of his missile orbiter, he would have a great opportunity right now.
The nuclear fusion is just running away. I think they don't want to be within range of that rail fan.
And he's released his front armor to go into kiter mode. Not sure what his plan is there.
Stellar Rupture has launched their
EMPs.
EMP missiles. Thank you. Floundering there. Oh, and the Midnight Sun is starting to turn towards Zaquay.
Yeah, his flank was not successful, but he is now lining up for his first shot.
Meanwhile, the nuclear fusion is succeeding at being a kite.
Yeah,
Missiles.
one of the advantages of kiting is your weapons are actually longer ranged, since they can basically use the momentum from your enemy to increase their projectile speed, basically. Since you think of it relatively, the drag that's Cosmoteer puts on all weapons, basically, is going to actually push them faster towards the enemy, since they're already moving backwards.
As a side note, Zaquay's missile barge is actually doing a number on Newsmith, as Newsmith cannot outmaneuver Zaquay for whatever reason. Nuclear fusion has disengaged from the combat entirely, and Immortal is now moving towards Zaquay. However, Zaquay's missiles do seem to be lining up for quite the run on Newsmith's ship.
Unless he can turn in time, this is going to be quite the damaging hit.
And a few sneak by and actually strike the engines, causing a actual chain reaction in the engines.
Oh, that is
There
not
goes
great.
Noosmis's maneuverability, unable to turn.
But he is getting a
right.
good rail shot lined up. Oh,
Unfortunately, it is intercepted by the deceptive Luna Dial's design for armor. However, it would seem that Immortal's Stellar Rupture is actually going to get a few good licks in with their missiles. And that is the Midnight Sun crippled for maneuverability for the most part. It can still turn. However,
Slowking is now coming in, flanking Zekwe and launching his nukes. Immortal and Zekwe are not in the position to dodge any nukes since they are pinned to each other. Even worse than being pinned to an asteroid. Oh, they might just dodge. That is quite the narrow hit. Noosmis firing on Slowking.
Slowking managing to minimize the damage by turning just in time to cause the rail shots to hit fractions of seconds next to each other on the armor. However, it would seem that the Zekwe's Luna Dial is not as lucky as it is taking a beating.
Immortal is taking quite a few missile hits. It's down a lot of DPS now. It's lost half of its missiles.
Oh dear. I do believe Team 2 has quite the upper hand here. Maneuverability is very important in this stage of the game.
Yeah, but damage output is also quite vital to actually winning the match. But if Slowking continues to stay in the ROD, I don't think he's going to last.
Which is quite a strange decision.
Yeah. I'm not sure where he's planning to go, especially with the fact that he's turning sideways. He has the same... Oh, well, I guess it's slightly faster backwards, but it's very balanced thrust, so there's no reason to flip around.
Zekwe and Noosmis are now locked in a spin. Immortal following Slowking outside of the ring. Noosmis continues to vent missiles, and Zekwe's missiles are actually starting to catch up with Immortal, ripping away some of the armor. Slowking seems to be maneuvering back inside the ring at an alarming rate. However, a stray EMP actually manages to graze the control room, causing it to slow down. A few nukes are now headed the way of Immortal, however, that doesn't really seem to be slowing the hunk of armor down at all. Meanwhile, over at Noosmis and Zekwe's location, Noosmis is pounding away pointlessly on Zekwe's frontal armor.
And he has almost lost all of his rear thrust. He has only turning thrust left.
Zekwe is just waiting until one of his missiles strikes that control center. Meanwhile, outside of the ring,
Noosmis is down, and there's only Immortal is left on Team 1.
Slowking continues to just slam nukes down the throat of Immortal, but Immortal's armor and shield setup is quite impressive. That being said, they just lost a massive bank of their shields to
several nukes.
Power failure.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't lose the shields themselves. They're powered down. Meanwhile, Slowking makes their way back inside of the circle with a heavily damaged ship. trading places with Ziquei, who is now going to be engaging with Immortal.
And Zagwe has nearly no damage to that massive chunk of front armor. Yeah, this is going to be a tough match for Immortal to win. But
I would say there is not a 0 chance that they could turn it around, but at the same time, that's pretty unlikely.
yeah, I mean, in terms of raw numbers, you're just going against a missile orbiter that's like twice as strong and twice as damaging as you.
And not only that, but Slowking's nuclear fusion still has nukes to spare.
Yeah. Here
That
they
being
come.
said, it just launched
Six, seven, yeah.
and they all miss.
They all miss. Don't fire nukes when your
However-
enemy is perpendicular to you.
Here comes Ziquei with a mess load of missiles, which are actually
They're
just
missing.
not gonna make it. Yeah, they're
But
missing.
they will come back around, I think. Or not? Let's see.
It is quite possible they have swapped directions and have begun to reverse course right into Immortal.
Yeah, here they come. He's now getting sailed from missiles from both sides. That's one of the problems with dodging missiles, is they will come back either way. So either deal with them now or you deal with them later.
And I do believe that is the end of Immortal. All they have left is a couple of... Yep, there we go.
Yep, that's game. They have forfeited.
All right, so it's 1-1?
No, that was the first match, I believe, right?
Oh.
Yeah, it's just been a while.
Okay.
Wait, yes, that has been the first match. I'm too tired.
Same here. It's
Yeah.
way too early. It's not early. I should have been sleeping.
And on the plus side, if you look at the graphic, it's now correct that it is actually round 2.
I should have been sleeping about 8 hours ago.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. All right. Newsmith and Immortal are, I think, picking new ships. Ziquei and Slowking are keeping their ships. Newsmith doesn't seem to be swapping out the Midnight Sun. But Immortal has chosen the Moon Eclipse. Are they going to be doing the dynamic, not the dynamic, but the color-coded catastrophe? It would seem everybody is ready. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and this time Newsmith bringing the same ship, but Immortal is bringing the nuke version for some extra armor ripping capabilities. Slowking is bringing the same ship as well as Ziquei.
I don't think that Team 2 is going to be able to stand up to this double rail fan.
Perhaps, but last round we didn't actually see Slowking use his frontal armor, but this time it might be wise for him to leave it on.
We also didn't see Newsmith use their railgun all that much.
No.
Didn't leverage it as much.
Newsmith is again talking in Russian. I'd love to know what he's actually saying.
I'm sure somebody on my stream will translate it eventually. But until then, we will be left to wonder. All right, it would seem Team 2 is sort of orbiting around the center of the map. They do seem to be in a very advantageous position to defend. Actually, not really defend, if I'm being honest. They don't have a lot of asteroids to hide behind. You have any idea how many more rounds we have after this?
Yeah, let me check. So currently we are on, this is New Smiths Immortals, okay.
This is 7.
Yeah, round 7. Yeah, so I think we have, I believe, 1, 2, 3 more rounds, and then the final will be the last round. So I think total of 4 rounds. So
Okay.
yeah, it is 4 p.m. I cannot believe it. I think most of the game has been Immortal specifically, making the games last about twice as long from his connection. But it's what I have to deal with, I guess. Slowking out of pure boredom is firing missiles into his teammate. Should have turned friendly fire on. Quite the hit there.
Honestly, these are veteran pilots. They should know better. All right. All right. First blood will be going to Immortal as they slap some new dents into Zekwe, who responds by launching a bevy of missiles, getting sideswiped by Noosmus, as it would seem that Team 1...
And the nukes all miss, basically. Oh, one got hit. Oh no, they do hit. They do hit. It's just
and
not
it
a lot
would
of
seem
damage.
Noosmus has actually punched a few holes in the back of Zekwe. Zekwe's missiles putting some new dents into Immortal. So some good trades all around, except that it would seem Team 2 has taken the brunt of the anger displayed here today. What am I saying?
You're commentating. So team 2, if you can see from the health bar above, has taken a little bit more damage. But all ships are still fully functional. Yeah, those rails are really struggling to get through Zekwe's armor.
Zekwe is positioning properly, trying to...
Although if he creeps forward a little bit more, Noosmus might have a good shot on him.
Yeah, he is definitely opening himself up for another shot. However, Noosmus
is instead killing Slowking, who was not quite paying attention to the other rail.
That looks like the end of Slowking right there.
Yep. He has released his frontal armor. Interesting strategy.
Possibly reduces the amount of energy used by their engines. So
yeah, he's just increasing his speed mostly, so he can try to avoid the next rails.
However, it's all for naught as...
Nope, he's still alive. It just missed. Grazed by.
Oh. However, it would seem Immortal is probably going to have a very clear shot for two Zekwe's.
And he's going to have a lot of nukes in his rear. Oh, it looks like he dodges some of them.
So is Slowking.
And so is Slowking, yeah. But Slowking can't dodge.
You say that.
I mean, he blocked it. He just took it right in the face. I don't know how you call that dodging. Wow, that was quite the move from Immortal, doing the spin maneuver.
We call it a sacrificial dodge.
Sacrificial dodge, right. Why don't you...
Oh,
Some rails. They're trying to snipe out our last control room, but he is able to rotate just enough for another glancing blow.
oh. Staying in the combat as basically just a distraction at this point.
Yeah. They're gonna have a hard time cutting through Zaquay's armor once they finally do start to attack it. Looks like they are gonna run into each other, which is not gonna be ideal for rails. Although it looks like there's not much choice as Zaquay is pushing them into each other. At this point, I would be just auto-firing my rails to get rid of as much armor as I could.
Those nukes are not going to do a damn bit of good as they are all pointed right into the back of his...
For a teammate, yeah. See, that would have been a very killing blow if we had friendly fire on.
That would have also been a very useful blow against their enemies, as it might have actually taken out one of the railguns of the Moon Eclipse, as they actually have a serious dent.
If he had saved those nukes for just a little longer.
But as it stands, the twin rail fans seem to be going undefeated. Almost.
Newsman has quite a lot to say, but not a lot of understanding between our languages. So
all right. Immortal looses an entire rack of nukes, hoping to strip off some armor off of Zaquay.
Zaquay responding with his own language of German, it appears?
Yes. However, Zaquay does seem to be in a rather poor position as they have lost the majority of their offensive capability. This does seem to be quite the death toll.
We have quite the multilingual tournament going on here. And that is game. Team 1 with a win. So Newsmus and Immortal. That means we are going into round 3 as it is 1v1.
Oh my goodness. Oh. I may have to dip here soon. I was not expecting to stay up this late.
Yeah, this is quite a long matchup.
Oh, good grief. All right, Google Translate. Ich denke mal, dass...
I'm getting direct messages notifying me that that is fact not Spanish, but it is German. Which
German? Who said Spanish?
If you look in the chat, I said no hablo español.
I think that means disc or something. Interesting. Hang on. It's what the German says. And I am not going to be able to do the Russian. I don't have the right keys. Flaming Tsunami Point Defense. Team 1 seems to be swapping it up with a new ship we haven't even seen. Oh no. Oh no. Newsmiths showing their
Very yellow.
favorite character from Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
Zikwe pulling out the Shoutoko Legend True Administrator. Don't know what that is, but it zeroes out the amount of credits that they're allowed to use. So it must be... Oh, never mind. They've gone back to the lunar clock. I don't know, Zikwe. I don't think you should... I shouldn't be saying anything. It is interesting, however, how the rail fans seem to be dominating.
Yeah. Quite a lot of those. Most new players will always say that rail fans are overpowered and need to be nerfed, but honestly, there is good ways to counter them that we've seen here. Mainly just lots and lots of armor.
All right, it would seem everybody is ready. We see a few new ships here. As soon as it loads.
All right, so on the left, we have Midnight Sun by Newsmith again, and we have Flaming Tsunami Point Defense by Immortal.
Which, ironically, doesn't actually have any point
defense. It does. It does have point defense in the rear.
It's point defense on the back.
I'm not sure.
Quite a lot of deck guns.
Yes, it's a lot of deck guns. It's a deck gun, rammer, and orbiter.
On Team 2, however, we have a new ship, the Highly Responsive to Prayers by Slow King, which seems to be a...
Tractor beam, missile orbiter.
Ah.
I'm still not sure if that's really a good combination. Last match, it did seem to work, but I don't think the tractor beams helped that much. And then Zikwe is again going for his tried and true... massive brick of armor missile orbiter.
They might be able to actually take Midnight Sun out of the running if they can use their tractor beams to just glue themselves to the hull, and just keep firing missiles. We shall see what the strategy is very shortly, as the game actually seems to be moving quickly for once. And as soon as I say that, it slows down to a crawl.
Classic.
Whoops. Alright, a little bit of asteroid shenanigans on Team 2's side of things.
I should get some battle music in here. Let's see.
I've had Ace Combat music playing this entire time.
Yeah. Oh boy. That is very loud.
Grab some game OSTs.
Well, I was trying to play Cosmoteer OST, but Let's just turn on the in-game music, see what that sounds like.
All right, and we have started to engage. Noosmus is about to have first blood with their rails, however, it plinks against the front armor of the Luna Dial by Zequay. Zequay firing a stream of missiles, which actually seems to just be bouncing off of the armor of the Midnight Sun. Slowking is actually
Rotating Immortal with his tractor beams. That is interesting.
Oh, no!
Deck cannons really don't like being rotated because their turret rotation speed is so slow that you really have to keep the ship steady to actually fire any shots. See, as you can see there, only 2 or 3 of his deck cannons fired, and the rest weren't able to fire while he was rotating.
Didn't grab that firing solution. Meanwhile, the Midnight Sun looks like it's about to... No, it does not fire, strangely enough. Meanwhile, the Zequay is just chewing! They're playing with their food at this point. Although the more interesting fight does seem to be the one between Slowking and Immortal.
Yeah.
As Slowking is using...
Oh, it looks like Immortal has opted to manually fire his deck cannons, realizing that they aren't able to auto-fire anymore.
However, I do believe the damage has been done in terms of DPS. Oh, it would seem that Zequay has broken through the side armor of Noosmus. Though to what effect, we do not know quite yet. And Slowking has actually managed to push Immortal outside of the ring. Zequay seems to be having a really, really good shot at taking out Noosmus, as Noosmus is not firing their railguns. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I don't think Noosmus has a very good chance of actually doing any damage to Zequay's internals. And Zequay is going to keep chipping away at the rear thrust and the side armor of Noosmus.
Noosmus is barely there anymore in terms of armor. And
Immortal has been rotated and is struggling to turn back around, which will let Slowking get quite a few good shots on his thrusters.
As soon as Noosmus is out of the running, Zequay and Slowking will be able to take out Immortal with just concentrated missiles. But for the moment, it just seems to be a shove and spit battle.
Now these missiles are getting close to the reactor. Slowking rotating Immortal once again. His point defense are helping him out a little, but he is now being pushed against the asteroid by the tractor beams. That is the first time I've seen someone actually use an asteroid as a weapon in terms of using tractor beams with it. That is interesting.
I missed something fantastic, didn't I?
Yeah, he got completely pinned against that asteroid. I don't think there's any way out of there.
And now they just have to sit there and wail on them.
Yep. That is definitely
Team 2 has eked out an almost cemented victory. Except that the Midnight Sun has actually started firing upon... Noosmus has actually started firing upon Slowking, which doesn't really seem to have done much damage, actually.
Newswiss has realized if he turns his exposed parts towards the enemy can't hit him. That's an interesting strategy there. But yeah, I definitely ate my own words of saying those tractor beams were kind of useless, but that definitely proved to be an extremely powerful weapon when you use an asteroid with tractor beams. All right, and that's game.
Team 1 has forfeited the match, and the Team 2 will be moving on.
Yeah, next up is going to be Saurus and Koala against Ultra and TPC.
Right, so everyone already has their ships queued up here. I think everyone was ready. I don't know what's going on with Team 2 there.
Of course, going with the blue pages as they did last tournament. Seemed to work well for them last time.
Yeah, that was a really effective design last tournament.
Oh, okay. Saurus is currently away. Ultra is now speaking Chinese, it looks like. Fortunately, the stream will not be able to see that because it is covered.
You're all translated. It's going to be bad, I'm dying, and it's going to be gorgeous. Gosh, I'm scared. Who translated it? Well, I think it's going to be some kind of Easter egg or something. Good luck, future me.
Good luck, future me.
And then the second message does not want to translate. Saris, we had so much waiting time.
He's clearly just stolid because he knows he's gonna lose this match.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that's also the reason Saurus put himself at like the last match in the set. So, I mean, clearly a biased game here. Yeah, it's unfortunate I wasn't able to finish the bracket on time.
Y'all's questions in Chinese? No, I cannot read Chinese. I have a Google Translate app that can work with stuff quickly. What if Saris fell asleep too?
That would be quite funny.
Here, let me try and wake him up.
Beep, 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 beep. All right. Also, I bet Saurus probably does not like that I'm playing music from endgame now.
I don't think it matters at this point.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I'll turn it down a little bit. All right.
There we go. Alright, so On the left here, we have Ultra and Tippy C. Ultra has a interlocking missile orbiter. That's cool.
Yep, makes it way more compact.
And Tippy C has a rail kite. And Team 2 with Saris and Kawa have that really, really good laser EB cannon wall thing.
Yeah, I've seen many replicas of it since it aired on the tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the ship that won the last tournament in... What month was it? January?
I think so.
Or was it December?
I'm pretty sure it's January.
All right.
Alright, you can see here already the primary advantage of the blue pages is its sheer speed.
Yeah, it's moving
it
at
does
140
actually-
meters per second right now.
Yeah, that is stupidly fast.
Yeah.
And looks like they're going to be teaming up on the rail kite here. They might actually outspeed it.
Yeah, I think
Which
they
is
do.
ridiculous.
Yeah. And the blue pages is particularly good fighting against rail kites because of its large shields. It's able to tank a lot of rail hits to one sector.
Yeah. Those missiles are gonna cause a little damage though.
Yeah. I think they are targeting the Tippy C's railfan because they know it could do the most damage to them if they're not careful. Meanwhile, the missile orbiter, they are able to dodge most of those missiles with their ludicrous speed.
I think they realized just how much slower the missile avoider was and figured they could just chase the kite away from them and fight their opponents one at a time.
Yeah.
Smart decision.
They're a well-oiled machine. You now have Ultra getting under fire.
Kawa doing a good
And
job
it
of
looks like
facing
they're
this.
going to ram him into a laser wall sandwich. Delicious, if I say so myself.
That's a thumbnail right there.
Oh yeah. Boy.
Wow, and still dodging a lot of those missiles. Very, very good piloting and cooperation by Team 2. Saw that coming. Alright, so Team 1 is pretty much incapacitated at this point. JPC's ship is technically still alive, but it doesn't have any weapons left. Actually, so is Ultra's ship. Kawa does need to be a little careful to avoid those missiles still. But
Oh, it was funny. They said Kawa and I finish each other's, and then Kawa responded with sandwiches
naturally.
of sentences because, of course, they're their sandwich team. Sandwich gaming.
I'm actually hosting this game with a NVIDIA sandwich.
Ah.
Yeah. Right, so I suspect Team 2 here is going to stick with the blue pages, because that was a pretty definitive victory. Team 1 is switching up. Ultra has selected a missile barge, could be a nuke barge, a little hard to tell.
Yeah, I
Couple
think
fighters.
that is a nuke barge and some very small squibs.
Yeah. And Tippy C has a wall that might actually be a Blue Pages clone.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Ultra is still deciding on what ship to use. He's picking the same ship again. Very indecisive.
Yeah. Alright.
There we go. Round 2 against Saris and Kawa. Alright. So yeah, looks like it is a nuke barge, like we suspected, with some EMP missiles. The one concern I have is that nukes are very slow, and the Blue Pages is very fast. So I don't think they're gonna have a great chance of getting any hits in, unless they make some piloting mistakes. Meanwhile, Tippy C is bringing in a very similar ship to the Blue Pages. But he doesn't have any small shields, which could be a huge detriment.
That being said, he does have double the large shields.
Yeah.
So, very, very offense-centric.
Yeah. The first squib is going down quickly. Did not last long. Not the squib. How could you kill it? It was just poor and innocent. And
Being
they're
honest,
targeting the
though,
other one.
Very, very small ships like that can make a difference, so it is smart for them to try and take them out early.
Yeah. That thing gets stuck in your reactor. It's not good news.
Right, so probably gonna have our first engagement here.
Yep, Tippy C,
Tippy C.
the Blue Pages. Which wall is better? Or more like, which pilot is better, since it's practically the same wall.
Yeah. Well, the wall itself has differences, but
Yes. Oh, and
definitely
another
piloting-
sandwich. Another awesome Blue Pages sandwich.
oh, that's brutal. They must have practiced that before
Yeah,
the tournament.
I guess so.
Ultra 4 is trying to help, but is really too slow to get there in time. They're firing nukes, but don't really have a good angle. They're only hitting themselves in the asteroid.
Blue
And with that,
Pages has
Tippy C's
become a full book. That's true.
very clever.
Oh no. Saris getting caught in the asteroid because his teammate was barging in for the kill. I think they're a little bit confident in their ability to win this match.
That might have actually been a defensive maneuver. Because they were coming in at that angle, some of the nukes fired by Ultra hit the remains of Tippy C's ship instead of Kawa's ship.
Interesting.
Don't know if that was intentional or coincidence, but it was cool nonetheless.
All right, let's see if these nukes fire and do some damage now that Saris is ramming. Oh, that's not good. It looks
They're
like they
definitely firing.
are getting some of the weapons.
Yeah, definitely doing quite a bit of damage there. It doesn't matter how many shields you have, how much point defense you have, flak, whatever. You do not want to mess with nukes at close range.
Yeah.
I suspect Saris really wants to escape, but can't.
Yeah, he doesn't really have much of a choice once he decided to ram. Ooh, all the nukes hitting Blue Pages.
Yeah, but they
That
got
is
to the reactor
game.
first.
They got
Good
his
game.
reactor.
Right, so Kawa and Saris will advance, while Ultra 4 and TPC will go to the losers bracket tomorrow. Good games.
Oh, all right. So it looks like we'll be doing the staying in this lobby for the next tournament or match. So it is against, who are the two contestants? Or two teams?
I believe it's
Slowking?
Nug and
No.
Salif's.
Nug and Enoshade?
Yeah. Nug's team and Enoshade's team, I believe. I'm double checking. Yeah. And I need to get the teams right. There we are. Alright, so Team 1, Salifs and Nug, and Team 2, we have Enoshade and Robo Bunny. It's worth noting that this is the winners bracket semifinals? Yeah, semifinals. So theoretically, we only have 3 sets to go. Alright, Salif has selected a railfan. Never mind.
Nug has
Commentator's quiz for you.
Nug has quite the name of a ship there. The Shahidishu Adshutahaz Ayuaz stupid. I guess.
Classic design.
Classic design.
Right, and Salif switched to a different railfan, so technically I was correct.
Yeah. And Nug is trying to use his remaining budget on a nuke fighter.
Not sure what he's doing.
How did he just... It looked like he just gained credits out of nowhere.
No, he managed to get his credits negative by swapping ships in a certain way while it's still parsing.
Interesting.
Which I thought should have been patched out, but whatever. Alright, Enoshade has also selected a railfan, which actually proportionally looks almost identical to Salif's.
Oh yes, Nug has brought the RGB.
Avert your eyes. Alright, Robo Bunny has also selected a very, very similar proportioned railfan.
He says it's a rail orbiter, maybe better. Hopefully
Alright,
that's true.
We're doing
Oh.
double railfan dittos.
Wow, double. It's a quadruple railfan orbiting match. Interesting.
Alright, so part of this might come down to ship design, but I think a lot of it is going to come down to piloting. It's typically how railfan battles go. And really, teams matches in general.
Yeah. Yeah, so here on the left we have South and his Archmage, and Nug is piloting the same ship as well. And then over here on the right side, Robo Bunny It has got a rail orbiter, and so does Shade. Very similar in terms of parts, but just laid out slightly differently.
Well, yeah. The 3 out of these 4 ships have identical armament. The only difference whatsoever is that Robo Bunny's ship has an extra accelerator per railgun. So they'll have a small range and damage advantage, but
Interesting.
not very significant in the long run.
Yeah, and it seems that they have a little bit less armor compared to some of the other ships. It's comparable.
They're definitely faster. I think they have the most thrust. Alright, first volley. Ooh, that was very close.
Ooh, this is gonna be bad if Nug gets this shot in. Yeah, there it
Yeah.
goes. One mistake and you're out in the railfan game. That is not
Yeah.
good. Good
Shade
thing.
is still firing though.
Yeah, well, that was just because his
Ooh.
corpse. Oh, and there goes Robo Bunny. A double whammy. You were definitely right. That was a quick match.
That was a
The
very fast match.
piloting definitely decided that one. Almost not enough time for me to update my graphic. But I'm fast.
Yeah, it goes to show just how effective rail fans can be if they can get behind you. Right, Robo Bunny appears to be switching to... Oh, that's a nuke barge. Really looks like a missile barge. I guess they're hard to tell apart.
Yeah.
But other than that, everyone's ready and know what their ship changes, so let's go.
All right. And Nug would like to remind the stream that it was a very close match. As he does in his toxic manner. All right. So, again, Soph and Nug, same ship. You want to introduce the right ships?
Sure, Shade's ship is the same railfan as they used last time, and Robo Bunny is using a very, very large and powerful nuke barge. It says it's an orbiter, but doesn't look like the fastest thing in the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's faster than most nuke barges I've seen, so...
Certainly so.
But it's not nowhere close to some of these railfan orbiters.
Yeah, so honestly, that's a really interesting pick because, really, nuke barges and railfans tend to counter each other. It, again, comes down to piloting. A good nuke volley can easily pierce through the entire front section on a railfan like that, but generally, nuke barges are very, very vulnerable from the side.
Yeah. First shots. Oh, and the game is out of sync again. We have having these issues quite frequently with rails.
Yeah, hopefully this should be fixed by the next tournament.
Yeah. Ooh, all right. There goes some nukes from Robo Bunny, but South is quickly to dodge them.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Oh!
Shade is totally destroyed. Oh no,
he's
just
still alive.
barely survived.
How is he alive? He just took 2 major railfans to the back, and he's still fully functional.
That was impressive.
Very lucky.
Yeah, he must have just missed when he was aiming. And there he goes. He's now down for the count. And the nukes
Survives.
again miss.
Well, for the
But
most
here
part.
comes another volley. That just hits him, his own ship, so... Yeah, not great. Yeah, that desync was quite untimely for that flank right there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe... I feel like that might even consider for a rematch. I might just leave it up to the contestants, though. Whatever they think would be
Yeah.
fair.
If we do a rematch, it would have to be with the same ships, of course.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, but sometimes your control based on a desync can be based on like how you are in the resync chain. Sometimes you'll be
Yeah.
like the last person and then you won't even notice that you've already been killed. Yeah, now that it's just him, Robo Bunny doesn't have much of a chance at stopping these rails from completely outmaneuvering him.
Yeah, and again, he's only really got defenses in the front there.
Yeah, with this next orbit, that is going to be game.
Yeah, there it goes. Right, so, yeah. Polar's a step ahead of me.
Yeah. Okay. They say they don't think it was decisive, so that will be game with Self and Nug. Moving on.
Right. Good games and good sportsmanship from Team 2 there.
Right, so it looks like this is the... Is this the final round?
No, this is the second round in the semifinals.
Okay. So it is Slokeen and Zakwe versus Kawa and Saris.
Yes, I'm pinging them now. We're just waiting on Kawa at this point. Any idea where Kawa is?
Um,
There they are.
all right. Zakwe is already picking his lunar clock. Nope. And as soon as I say that, he switches. Awesome. He is now using a rail TB fan, and so is Slokeen. Saris looks like he's picking a rail fan, and Kawa going with the blue pages.
We might have quite a bit of counterpicking going on here.
Yeah, that usually happens in the higher up matches because the risk is much greater. Or I guess the stakes are higher.
Worth noting that rail TB ship pretty much hard counters the blue pages, I'd say. The TBs help it stay away from getting rammed and railguns are always the ideal choice against a wall or thin ship like that.
Yeah. Although with the large shields, the Blue Pages is still fairly strong against rail.
That is true.
Interesting, Kawa has a slightly different version of the Blue Pages. I wonder what he changed. It looks like some ramming spikes.
Maybe. I'd be curious to hear once the tournament's over what the difference is.
Sulkin's pointing out that Kawa has 5 different versions of the Blue Pages.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he did win a tournament with it, so understandable. I think
Yeah,
the first ship I won a tournament with, I definitely made like 4 or 5 versions of afterwards.
Who needs to have multiple different ship designs when you can have the same design 5 times?
Exactly, and it's the winning design, so why even change it?
Right, we might hopefully be seeing already here.
Looks like Saurus might be going with Ion Barge. The other contestants are impatient. There we go, there's a ready.
Yeah, just making sure there's no last-second counter picks. All right. So Kawa is using the Blue Pages. Saris has a really interesting ion barge. It can be used in a lot of different scenarios. Some of the outputs are fixed, some aren't.
Yeah. One of
but
his
this
strategies is to shoot off the side armor and allow him to get like more aiming room for his prisms.
At the cost of some defense, yes.
Yeah.
Right, and on the other side, Slowking and Zukui both have that tractor beam rail ship selected.
Oh.
Definitely going to make things hard for the Blue Pages.
The Blue Pages does have a slightly different design here with ramming spikes instead of its shield ram, I guess you would say.
Yeah, typically large shield walls like that will have a big structure mesh in front of them to prevent opponents from ramming them and blocking the large shield projection. This version doesn't have that, so...
Yeah.
Alright, first rail's fired.
Ooh, that took out nearly all of the shields, and here comes a second volley straight through
that
the
hurts.
reactor.
Good coordination.
He does have 2 ships now, but that spike doesn't seem to be very helpful.
Yeah, at this point that spike is going to be more of a hindrance than a help.
And especially those tractor beams are really dealing well with that trap now.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Saurus's ion beam is cutting through the armor. And there goes another one of Kawa's sections. He's now down to 1 out of 3.
Those ions really doing a lot of damage. Slowking doesn't have any functional damage yet, but they're losing armor very, very quickly.
Yeah. Ions are great at high DPS, but they don't really focus fire very well. Well, depending on how you use them.
Yeah. Ions technically have the best focus fire out of any weapon because they're high DPS and hit scan, but they're also simultaneously very hard to keep aimed in the same spot.
Yeah, especially if you're using a fixed fire beam like Saurus is right now.
Oh,
and those rails and tractor beams are able to push Saurus over. And that looks
that
like
was
to
a
be
great
game. If Kawa is able to Unless Kala was able somehow to survive. But that's game. Good
Very
game.
good maneuver from ZQE there. They used the tractor beams to pretty much pin Ceres against the asteroid.
It was quite the interesting first round. Seems that tractor beam rail fans are still very powerful. As they've always
have
been. Always have been.
Well, except for that one update where tractor beams are just complete garbage. But
Yeah.
every other time.
Okay, bold strategy. Kawa is doubling down on the wall. Oh, and it appears the other team is switching up to walls as well.
We're going to be seeing another double ditto, maybe?
Is that a nuke wall or a laser wall? I can't. It almost looks like nukes.
I'm pretty sure it's heavy laser. I think that's too many weapons for it to be nukes.
Yeah. Oh, and it has a lot of reactors. That's definitely lasers. Slowking is bringing out a deck cannon ship, deck cannon orbiter. Interesting design.
A very oddly shaped deck cannon ship.
Yeah, he's got to squeeze in like tons of deck cannons in there. They don't have a lot of ammo, I assume, but they do have a lot of damage.
Not a lot of side armor, though.
No.
Or corner armor. Generally, corners are one of the weaker points on your ship, so it's interesting to see so little. Well, while we're waiting, to explain why tractor beams and railguns have always been such a great combination, tractor beams excel at keeping the opponent off balance, or in some cases, you can get them to face completely away from you, exposing a weak point. Railguns excel at shooting at weak points. So combine the two, and if your opponent isn't very, very fast and careful about their piloting, they'll get spun around in a circle and just get eaten alive by the rail volley. Pretty much like you saw with Ceres's ion barge.
Yep.
Alright, looks like everyone's finally comfortable with the matchup.
All right. This one looks like it's going to be a very different match with the ship choices.
Yeah. On the left here we have Ceres with a heavily shielded laser wall, no electro bolts, that's interesting.
Oh, I've seen that one. Yeah.
Has a pretty basic heavy rail fan.
Yeah, lots of armor on the front of that. And over on the right, Zekwe is bringing his tried and true missile orbiter, and Slowking is bringing a new Electrobolt laser wall.
Doesn't have quite the defense, though. It's lacking large shields.
Yeah. It's more of a classic design before large shields were added. Yeah, so Sars's strategy with using only lasers is basically to counter ships that don't use, or that focus on armor. Sort of like Sequoia's ship right here. Basically, the electrobolts don't do any damage hardly to armor, and so they're kind of useless. And so this allows his laser wall to counter ships that are less energy or shield focused.
Yeah.
But in a matchup, you really do want electrobolts if you're facing another wall. So.
Yeah. Even though lasers are usually thought of as a basic weapon, they're actually very, very good against armor. One of the better weapons in the game against armor next to I think just ions.
Yeah, ions and lasers are up there in the highest DPS.
Yeah. I think technically cannons have more possible DPS than lasers.
Yeah, but
But,
their accuracy makes it so it's in real life it's not nearly as close.
Yeah, and 90% of the time they'll be hitting armor, which completely stops cannon shells. Alright, so first shot's fired here.
Yeah,
Little
Slowking.
odd maneuvering.
Yeah, Slowking is using Zakwe as a shield so we can get closer, I assume.
Maybe. Definitely seems to be afraid of Kawa's rail fan there.
Yeah, that seems to be the main reason.
Really, Ceres isn't in a great position here. They seem to be struggling keeping up with that many missiles, and they will lose a battle against Slowking because of those Electrobolters.
Oh, and here comes the rails, taking out one
Ooh.
section of
That's a good
Slowking's
hit.
wall.
Looks like Zikui is shifted to firing at Kawa. Interesting choice.
Yeah, it also looks like Zakwe is trying to block the railfan from getting more shots off at Slowking.
But he's caught on the asteroid a little there. That's not helping his armor health. He's taking quite a bit of damage in that one spot.
Yeah. The choke point here between the two asteroids is interesting. His missiles are having a hard time finding their way around it.
Yeah, quite a few of them are either colliding with asteroids or getting their trajectories a little messed up. So far, Ceres has done a very good job of keeping out of Slowking's Electrobolt range. Oh, but those missiles are arcing all the way around the asteroid.
Yeah. It looks
Hopefully
like
he sees that coming.
Cyrus is going to try to dodge them, or... Yeah, he's going to try to block them with his shield. He can't keep attacking. He's actually protecting Kawa's ship with his shields. That is an interesting move. Some very good teamwork here. There goes another shot at Slowking's reactor. Zakwe just wasn't able to position himself enough.
Very
Kawa
good
is...
teamwork
Yeah.
from both teams here.
Kawa is now dropping his front armor so he can start spinning easier.
He's trying to drop it.
Yeah, it's kind of got wedged into himself, which is not ideal. Cyrus is now trying to get around to the backside of Zakwe. Kawa taking another last shot at Slowking, it looks like. Ooh, but not enough to penetrate. Not enough.
Yeah. Ceres is out-turning Zikui though, slowly but surely taking out those missile modules.
Yeah. It is impressive how fast avoiders are able to change direction and counter-rotate. And there goes Slowking.
Yeah. Technically, he's still alive. He has that little thruster section left, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's going to make a big difference.
It looks like he's going to try to use it to ram Kawa out of the ring. Or just get shot. I'm not quite sure. Oh, there goes more of Zakwe's missiles. And that looks to be game. Zakwe has forfeited the match. Good game.
Good game. Alright, so that's 1-1.
Yeah,
The
so we're
winner
moving
of
on to
this-
round 3.
Yep, winner of this next match is going to go to the finals of the winner's bracket. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, yeah. That's interesting. I feel like those weren't key commands before, but I noticed that toggling direct control weapons and face towards cursor are key commands by default, which can mess some people up, especially if they have a lot of memorized key combos.
Yeah, weapons control has always had a keybind, but I don't remember one for face towards cursor. Oh, but there's an option, but it doesn't... Oh, it does have a default keybind. Control F.
Yeah, yeah, which is a very common keybind for when you're trying to focus a ship. Which is kind of interesting. Because Control F isn't that. Well, I guess it's not quite focus a ship. Alt F would be focus and lock rotation. But yeah,
Yeah, but
it would be very easy to accidentally press Control F during a match. So always got to watch out for those things.
I'm actually going to write down a note to ask that default keybind to be changed.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's even shown in any of the tutorials, so there's not really a reason for it to be there.
Yeah.
All right, so Saris and Kawa look like they're going for the same ship this last round, and Slowking is going for what looks to be I can't even tell what that is. It's either a missile orbiter or a deck cannon. Oh, and now he switched it to a rail spinner. And Zakwe is going with his tractor beam rail again.
Not sure what they're all waiting on right now.
They're just wanting to be absolutely sure. Okay, and now they're switching again.
And the cycle continues.
I think it would be kind of cool if Walt implemented a maximum swap rule. You could only swap in and swap out a ship like up to 5 times.
The problem with any sort of rule that can lock you into a specific ship design is that it can very easily lock you into a design that your opponent can then go counter and you just have no chance.
True, true.
That's the main reason we haven't come up with an effective policy to try and tone down counterpicking like this. There isn't really a good way to stop counterpicking that isn't potentially very unfair.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could just use the 15-second timer and whatever they pick, but that's still, again, not ideal.
Yeah, it encourages last second swaps, which is really the last thing you want. Was that an unpainted ship? Come on.
Come on, Slowking, do better.
At least paint it red so it goes faster.
Exactly. Or black so you're camouflaged. They'll
Well,
never
that
know
doesn't
you're
work
coming.
anymore. That only
Well,
worked in
no,
Classic.
it's just people usually paint their ship black, like Sequoia's ship right now. I mean, it theoretically would help in like peripheral vision. You'll be less of a sore thumb, but honestly, it's not a huge difference.
Yeah, back in Classic, it could make stuff like,
Literally invisible, yeah.
well, depending on the background.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
can definitely make stuff like
If you got a pure
armor
black
or
background and
resiliency.
you use the glitched black paint, you would pretty much disappear, except for the reactors and such.
Yeah, it made anything like armor completely invisible. The only thing you could see is roof windows,
Yeah.
which isn't much to go by sometimes.
Yeah, also now in this update you can add black lights, which literally can just like black out your total ship, including reactors, which is an interesting tactic.
I think that's actually a bug. Or not a bug, but I think that requires modification of the game files to work.
Does it? I thought just turning a standard light to black would do that.
Well, it doesn't let you turn it to pitch black at least. The lowest you can go
Hmm.
is what is it?
Well, I think you can also do pure white and it works almost as well.
That is true.
Yeah. So either way, it's definitely could be an issue in the future, but it's also fairly expensive for what it is, because those lights are like 300 credits a piece.
Yeah, that's the main reason we haven't really been seeing any. They're
Yeah.
not the greatest camouflage ever, since it only really annoys or slows down your opponent. You can still see where all of an opponent's parts are by selecting all of the parts. Like you can just click a ship, hit Control Shift A to select all parts, and then select whatever you want to look for. Um, so lights don't completely block out information from the opponent. It just kind of goes as
Yeah.
an
Yeah.
annoyance, and they are really, really expensive. I'm hoping we won't be here all night.
Yeah. I mean, it is literally just 2 more rounds. I mean, well, I guess maximum of 4 more rounds. If this one, after this one, there'll be a maximum of 3.
I think this counter-picking session, though, has taken longer than some previous matches. So,
Yeah, even the ones that were super laggy.
yeah.
Okay. Do you want to like try to give them a
Yeah.
time limit or something? Like 1, 2 minutes? As Wario once said, hurry up. Okay, I would click the. I mean, do you want to press the button when it gets to 15?
I don't want to, but
Okay. It would be now if you want to press it. Oh my goodness. I just. What is Slowking doing? Oh boy. Is he really? Oh, okay. There is no rules to force countdowns. Oh my goodness, fine. He's right. Clearly, Cyrus just made the rules so he could sit there and twiddle his thumbs all day.
is everyone finally ready?
Oh my gosh, just click start. I'm done with this. Oh man.
I was getting ready to just replace everyone's ship with some random built-in.
Yeah, they all just get a. Oh, what's the one with like all the weapons are facing inwards. What's that called?
I don't know.
Oh, it was a funny ship though. Like it had a railgun.
So,
Alright, okay. Slowking picked a bunch of swarm ships, swarm cannon ships. Sequoia is going with his missile orbiter, and Saris and Kawa are going with heavy rail fans.
those ships from Slowking, I recognize them because they kept causing a crash a few updates ago.
Nice.
It was some nonsense due to targeting and explosive charges.
Well, apparently next update we're supposed to get some performance improvements, specifically dealing with small ship pieces. So hopefully that will improve swarm performance a little
Well,
bit.
Swarm performance isn't bad as is, and the crash I'm talking about has already been fixed on the stable build.
Nice.
Right, so we have the rail fans about to fire, maybe? Never mind.
Never mind.
They are very heavy and very slow. They're definitely at a piloting disadvantage. ZQE going around to flank. Oh, that hurt.
Yeah. There goes the
That was very
detaching
loud.
swarm. Oh, and the rail is cutting through. There goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow. That was a quick death for a lot of those swarm ships.
Yeah. They're a little too grouped up.
Yeah. And one of the other advantages to swarms is if you just put lots of armor in front of your reactor, you can delay death, but these ships opted for all speed, no armor.
See, their Ceres is targeting different fighters with different railguns to try and hit more of them at the same time.
Yeah.
Has taken some damage to the rear armor there. Needs to be careful.
Ooh, triple kill right there by Saris. That was impressive.
Most of the fighters gone at this point.
Yeah, there's only about 4 left, so
Well, there's 5 left. Only 4 are functional.
yeah. Ooh.
And
Oh,
there go the last
the-
fighter ships.
X pattern. That was a very pretty destruction. I like the fireworks.
So this will be interesting. It is a 2v1, but ZQE has a lot of front armor, and has already
Yeah.
done quite a bit of damage to the back armor on both railguns, railfans.
This definitely could still be winnable for Zakwe.
Definitely. As always, it's going to come down to piloting.
Yes. Ooh, that asteroid does not look good.
Yeah, it's giving both teams trouble. But ZQE especially. That's not where he wants to be.
Oof. Thankfully,
not
thankfully the
quite
rail
getting
was close enough. Oh, there goes the reactor. Saris is out of the game. Sequoia just needs to strafe to get off that asteroid in time before Kawa gets a good shot in. Oof.
That's going to be another volley or two.
Yeah. Alternatively,
So-
he could decide to just slowly angle, but it looks like he is trying to get off the rock.
Yeah.
Ooh, it is coming
They,
close though.
He's using what's called a vector thrust from his thrusters there, all thrusters normally only fire in one direction, but can influence. Oh, that hurt.
Yeah, he was not able to get off the asteroid in time. He is still fully armed, it looks like. Except for he does not have a control room operational at the moment. Oh, it's
Yeah,
at
plasma
1,000
turrets on
health.
fire.
Does he have enough fire extinguishers? He has 2 fire extinguishers.
They're not gonna get
I
there
don't
in
think it's
time.
gonna. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna make it. It's gonna be decided by that fire. That is extremely unfortunate. Even just a few pieces of armor would have kept that fire from spreading. That is game. The fire has
game.
won again. Good game.
How many deaths to fire is that now?
I think that's at least 3
4?
matches. 3 or 4, yeah, that have been decided to fire. Yeah. All right.
Right, so we are now in the finals.
Yes. Is that... Oh, did I save it? Would that
Right,
be
you have
Saurus?
10 seconds.
10 seconds. Yikes. So it's, yeah, it's Saurus and Kawa versus Nug, and South.
Yep.
Okay. Good, because I put their names on the graphic already. Yeah, I think I've gotten the system down mostly. The issue was I just wasn't prepared beforehand with the match or tournament list bracket. So,
Yeah, I don't think anyone was prepared.
yeah.
We can't really set up the bracket very far in advance because there's always last-minute dropouts
Yeah.
and occasionally last-minute entries.
At least having it ready though would be a lot easier to edit later. So,
Yeah. It's something we can work on.
thankfully for tomorrow, the matches or the contestants are already locked in, so there's not much of a change that we have to worry about there, unless they don't show up.
You know, I would say this is a good time for a break, but it is literally the finals.
Yeah. Kawa is wanting us to know that the rock provides, as always.
Oh yeah, that was actually both a death to fire and an asteroid at
Yeah,
the same time.
very unfortunate. He probably could have survived that if he had rotated just to get stuck on the rock again, but it would have at least bought him some more time.
Well, you wouldn't necessarily know that's the right play in the moment. Hindsight is 20/20.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. I must have missed observers.
Who is TY? Good question.
There definitely seems to be a lot of Rail fans and TB Rail fans. I wonder if that's because the Blue Pages won last tournament.
Yeah, I think that is probably the case. Because I think people were like, we don't want to use railfans just because they've been so powerful in the past. They want to try some newer ships. But then that allowed the laser wall to basically completely dominate. And so now people are wanting to counter laser walls specifically.
Right.
All right, that was much quicker. I'm glad.
Yeah. Interesting choice by Searson Kawa there. I would not willingly enter a fight versus railguns with a wall.
Yeah. Yeah, so here on the left, Saris and Kawa both have the Ram Spike version. Interesting. Oh yeah, and we're doing best of 5 because it is the final round. And then over on the right side, South is rocking a 6 TB rail fan with nukes, which I think is a very nice addition. Wonder if I inspired him to add those. Maybe. So Nug is also going with the same railfan orbiter he has been using. First shot
Railgun
against Kawa.
doesn't quite penetrate the shields though.
Yeah.
Um,
Ooh, and that ram spike is doing a number. Oh, but the rear shot, you always got to watch out for railfans. Especially in team battles, because they can hit places you are not expecting. Like right there as well. Oh, no, it just barely survived.
you can see though, because the blue pages is so modular, it's still fully functional. Just
Yeah.
little slower, little less damage. Those ramming hooks are really well placed for this.
Yeah. Solf is desperately trying to get him off of his side using the tractor beams.
You can see nice quick turn
Yeah,
by
that was
Kawa there.
impressive to avoid the railfan. Another blue page sandwich. Oh,
Ooh, that's a big
but that sandwich is very soft on the outside. Should have put it in the toaster oven a little bit more.
Yeah. So Nug is probably going to get destroyed by this.
Yes, but
there he goes.
it gives his teammate some good pot shots at the enemy.
Yeah. At this point, yeah.
That is not looking good for the team one, because now Saris has to get off of the wrecks of the previous ships.
Yeah, that's what allowed that last pod shot, is those, the remains of Nug's ship preventing Saris from really turning Saris and Kawa. Unlike Nug's ship, those tractor beams are going to pretty much prevent Salifs from getting rammed. It's a lot of push force. Interesting that Salifs shot at the second module there, because the first one's shields were still kind of damaged.
Yeah.
Ooh, that hurt.
Well, his tractor beams really aren't able to turn him that much. Oh, and there goes the reactor. One section left, and that is game. He looks like he sniped out the control room.
Yeah. Commentator's curse strikes again.
Oh. All right. So round 1 goes to Nug and Soph.
We won't be here for very long. Keyword, hopefully.
Yeah. Best of 5. This could be anywhere from 30 minutes to, I don't know, 2 hours.
Yeah, we're gonna be here so long probably that we'll have to delay the losers bracket tomorrow.
We'll
'Cause
just
still be
we'll
waiting.
finally finish this match and we're like, all right, guys, ready for the losers bracket? we
We'll
gotta
have to
start it
reschedule
up.
the losers bracket.
Oh man. All right, interesting. The Stars and Kawa going for brand new ships so far in the tournament. Both of them are deck cannon orbiters.
Interesting choice.
I like the little corner armor spike. Pretty useful.
I don't know if that's corner armor necessarily.
It's
as much
it's
as,
also it's
ramming
corner
hook.
armor and rammings, so it kind of serves both purposes. South is rocking the same tractor beam, rail fan. I don't remember him shooting the nukes last round. I
He
forgot to
fired
look for
a
it.
few.
Yeah.
I don't think any of them ever hit though.
Nug, same ship as well. Slowking. Oh my goodness. I have forgotten to remove the overlay, of course.
Right, well, we have the first shots fired here by Saris. Oh, that's
Oh.
bad.
Nah, that's not what you want happening. Man, yeah, you can really see why rails are so strong. They really punish you for any tiny mistake.
Yeah. Jet cannons normally do too, but those tractor beams push so hard.
Oof, almost got another shot off.
Yeah, this might be the end of Saris here. Or maybe not. Good spin. I do wonder why Saris and Kawa seem to go for the tractor beam ship first. That's probably going to be the hardest to kill.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting he's not launched any of his nukes yet. He definitely has had several opportunities to.
Well, tractor beams require a lot of micromanagement to begin with.
That
You
is
have just forgotten
very
about 'em.
true. Yeah. He probably just doesn't have the time, the actions per minute.
Yeah. You can see there the sheer force of tractor beams escaping that ram.
Wow, that is impressive. He got launched backwards. Right into position to fire again at Kawa.
You can see you can really see here the downside of deck cannons, which is short range and horrible turning speed. They haven't really gotten any good shots off so far. They've barely even fired.
Yeah, even that was what it could have been a good shot, but he only fired one before he was already turned out of range. Yeah, I don't think they're manually firing those, which I would definitely be doing. Yeah, Kawa looks like he's just using the AI control the turrets, which is not ideal when you're dealing with tractor beams.
At the same time, though, deck cannons are one of the hardest weapons to predict the trajectory of, so manually firing them is not easy.
True, true. Oof, and there goes Kawa's rear reactor, along with most of his deck cannons.
Yeah, both deck cannon ships are still technically alive, but don't have much weaponry to work with at this point.
Yeah.
I think their only
Ooh.
chance here is going to be a lucky shot, almost like that one.
Yeah, they're getting close to
Or,
the rear of these ships, but
Yeah.
ooh, that's gonna be easy snipe. Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
Kawa is
an
down.
asteroid too.
And an asteroid. South is just going back in the ring. It looks like they're going to just leave him behind while they regroup in the center.
Yeah, going to the ring is definitely the smart play. Oh, there's the nukes.
Yep. One good shot.
Because I think at this point, Saris's only chance is getting them outside the ring. Tractor beams are sometimes prone to recoil.
Ooh, and that is game 2. Is also going to Nug as well. That's 2 for Nug, 0 for Saris.
It's a best of 5 though, so we'll be doing one more match at least.
We'll have at least one more match.
It's like Nug is switching off of his railgun ship. A little bit of an odd choice. Maybe next tournament we should have just one ship that everyone uses and it's a matter of piloting. That way we don't have to wait like this.
Yeah, I mean, what ship would it be though? It'd have to have like several different weapons.
Yeah, it'd have to be like a hybrid ship, multi-purpose.
I mean, the thing with that is though, is like you're basically just making it harder to micromanage for people. So it's really down to how many actions per minute you can do.
I mean, that's part of the game already.
Yeah.
Part of it is shipbuilding, but part of it is how well you can pilot.
Yeah, I mean, if you aren't good at like doing really quick action per minute, then you can use ships that just don't require as much. But yeah.
Yeah, railfans especially tend to be really on the simple end.
Mm-hmm. But when we add the tractor beams, then they become way harder.
Tractor beams added to anything is a very difficult ship to pilot.
Yeah, I think the only reason rails are so effective is because they're so simple without the TB that they can be piloted effectively still. For example, I've seen nuke ships with tractor beams. They're extremely hard to pilot because you have to correctly aim your nukes while doing the tractor beam, which is way harder than using rails.
That sounds horrible. Aiming nukes in the first place is hard.
Yeah.
Really though, I think Railgun's main advantage is simply its burst damage. One of the other weapons that's historically been really good is ions, and one of the reasons they're really bad right now is because they don't have that burst damage. They do a lot of damage over time, but they have a lot of trouble doing a lot of damage to the same spot. Railgun's entire purpose is to do a lot of damage in one spot. So as soon as you get one little opening, it's pretty much game over.
Yeah.
Alright, this may be the last match of the night. Might not be. We'll see.
We shall see. Don't want to jinx it. Alright, so yeah. Saris.
Everyone has picked Railfans.
Yeah, everyone's picked Railfans. Saris, Kawa going with their Railfans, and South and going with theirs. Interesting though, they chose. These are just standard Railfans, heavy armor, and then the other Rans are orbiting Railfans. So, which is gonna win, speed or defense?
Well, historically, speed always wins.
Yeah.
But we'll see. This does come down to stuff like piloting also.
Yeah. I don't know why, but South decided to go all the way around the upper asteroid even though he's nowhere near in range.
Just wants that little bit of extra approach angle.
Yeah. I mean, he's got to look cool while he drifts into battle.
So it's worth noting that Saracen Kawa's ships, besides the fact that they're well, but besides the fact that they do more damage, they also have quite a bit more range.
South is getting stuck on an asteroid. Nope. Okay, he's good. Oh yeah, they do. They have, what is it? 8 rails. 8. Sounds
8
right.
versus 6.
Interesting. It was the
Yeah,
first
like right
shot
there.
off by Kawa. And yeah, Nug is not even close to being able to shoot yet. Ooh, here's a side shot from South though. Takes out one of the rails. But that leads to another side shot. Oh boy.
This is going to be hectic.
Yeah. You always have to be very careful with where you point. Oh no, Nug.
Oh,
But
but it's worth it.
I think it was worth it. Yeah. Traded one reactor for 2 of your enemies. That is impressive.
Poor Saris, he keeps getting knocked out first.
Yeah. I think they know that he's a good player, so they really want to get him out first.
Yeah, he's probably being targeted.
Yeah, he does have the most tournament wins out of any player in the game currently.
Yeah, and I'm not sure there's much Kawa can do right now.
Yeah,
They're not agile enough to really deal with.
double rail
Thinking.
traps, that is not good.
Little bump on the asteroid though.
Yeah, I mean, Kawa can't even turn right now. He might have to drop his armor if he wants to actually get any shots off.
I'm not sure dropping the armor will help. They might even just get stuck on it again.
Yeah, but now he's dead, so
Yeah.
that is
Good game.
game. Wow. I think that feels like one of the first final matches where it was so quickly decided. Usually they go
Yeah.
on for at least 2 more like rounds of trade-offs, basically.
Yeah, usually later matches are 2-1 or 3-2. You rarely see 2-0 or 3-0. Alright, so congrats to Salifs and Nug.
Yeah.
They will remain the winner of the winners bracket, and tomorrow they will fight the winner of the losers bracket.
Thank you guys for joining the stream.
Indeed, for all 2 of you that are left at this
all
point.
2 of you that are left. Yeah. And if you liked the graphics, let me know. You should specifically read the bottom right of the graphic. It has some interesting information. So yeah, congratulations to Nug and South. You guys earned it. I'm pretty sure Saurus has been winning like in a row for the last couple tournaments.
Yeah. Alright, so for anyone watching the stream, thank you for watching. We will see you hopefully tomorrow. And for anyone watching the VOD, hello and goodbye.
All right, see ya.